The mountains have always carried secrets. Whispers in the trees, shadows between the ridges, and paths that lead somewhere you were never meant to go. Most campers think they'll find silence, maybe peace, out here. But some find something else entirely. These are true scary stories from deep in the mountains, where one night by the fire can become the last mistake you ever make. This is camping. In the deep mountains was a deadly mistake. My name is Adrien, and I have spent more than 2 decades guiding men through forests they thought they understood. The mountains have always been my dwelling, my trade, my only church. I was raised with the rules of the hunt, the patience, the silence, the reverence. I was taught that a man should walk softer than the animals he pursues, that he should take only what can be used, and that the woods will always notice arrogance. Over the years I have led hunters, tourists, and thrill seekers, all of them convinced that their money could bend the wilderness to their will. I have learned the hard way that the forest will not bend, only break those who believe otherwise. When the clients came to me that October, I should have known trouble was ahead. There were 3 of them: Ward, Clay, and Hammond. Men of wealth, the sort who carried their egos more prominently than their rifles. They wanted wolves, not to see them, not to photograph them. No, these men wanted trophies. They wanted pelts they could mount in dens, lined with leather chairs, skulls they could display beneath polished lights. Ward, the eldest and the one who paid me, said it bluntly. A deer head on the wall doesn't stir much conversation these days. He told me over the crackle of the fire on our first night. But a wolf, that has teeth, that has a story behind it. I warned them. Wolves are not easy quarry. They do not travel foolishly. They watch from the shadows and vanish when men draw near. Even the most skilled tracker rarely gets close enough for a clean shot. But the clients insisted, and their money outweighed my doubts. I told myself I had guided hunts stranger and harsher, that perhaps these men would return home with nothing but disappointment, and that would be lesson enough. We packed deep into the timberline of the northern range, where the wind sliced sharper and the nights closed in early. The ground was already littered with the first deadfall of the season, and the cold carried a stillness that made every snapped twig sound like glass shattering. Clay complained often about the weight of his rifle, about the food, about the silence. Hammond laughed at him, the sort of brittle laughter that comes from a man trying to bury his nerves. Ward, however, was serious. He studied the ground, asked me about tracks, and kept his eyes fixed on the dark edges of the trees as though he expected a gray shape to emerge at any moment. On the 3rd morning, before the sun had broken the frost, I found the prints. Wolf tracks, wide and sure, pressed deep into the soft soil by the creek bed. I crouched to measure them with my palm and felt the old spark of respect. A large pack moving together. The men gathered close behind me, whispering as if their voices could not already be heard by what lived beyond the pines. How many? Ward asked. I told him at least 6, maybe more. We followed the trail for hours, the cold air burning our lungs, the sound of the creek fading as we climbed into denser timber. The tracks grew fresher, the pads distinct, the claw marks sharp. I felt the weight of unseen eyes watching us. My pulse quickened. Not from fear, but from that primal awareness every hunter knows. The knowledge that the boundary between predator and prey is thinner than pride admits. Near dusk, we crested a ridge and looked down into a clearing ringed with skeletal birches. That was when I saw them. The wolves were there. 7 of them, large and gray, their coats thick against the cold. But they were not moving as wolves should. They were not circling, not stalking, not pacing. They sat in a perfect ring around the remains of a fire pit, as if holding counsel. And across their laps, each one held a rifle. At first, my mind refused to shape the image into meaning. I blinked hard, convinced fatigue or hunger had warped my sight. But the rifles were real, the wooden stocks glinting faintly in the sinking light. The wolves' paws curled over them, claws resting against the triggers like patient fingers. Their eyes, a pale yellow, regarded us not as prey but as equals, or perhaps as intruders to be judged. The clients froze. Hammond whispered a curse. Clay let out a half-laugh, as though this were some elaborate prank staged for their benefit. But Ward, steady and grim, raised his own rifle and sighted down into the clearing. "Wolves," he said quietly, almost with relief, as if the impossible thing before us was exactly what he had paid to find. I placed a hand on the barrel of his gun and pushed it down. "Don't," I said. My voice trembled more than I intended. There are moments in a man's life when instinct overwhelms sense, when every rule learned in childhood screams at once. This was one of them. I did not know what I looked upon, but I knew it was not meant to be disturbed. The wolves did not move. They sat, rifles across their laps, silent as stone. Only the faint wisp of their breath rose in the cold air. One of them tilted its head slightly, as if to regard us more closely. I felt the skin on my arms prickle. We backed away, step by slow step, until the ridge swallowed the clearing from sight. No howl followed. No movement broke the trees. But the silence that accompanied us down the mountain felt heavier than sound. That night, at camp, Clay could not stop talking. "You saw it too, didn't you? Rifles. They were holding rifles. Wolves don't do that. Wolves can't do that." He laughed again, sharp and ragged. Hammond drank deeply from his flask and muttered that we must have been seeing things. But Ward sat apart from them, staring into the fire, his rifle laid across his knees, in imitation of the creatures we had seen. His eyes flickered with something I had only glimpsed in men who had gone too far into the wilderness. Obsession, or madness, or the edge between them. I wanted to tell them we should leave, that no hunt was worth the weight of what we had witnessed. Yet my voice caught each time I opened my mouth. Part of me feared that speaking of it aloud would make it truer, would summon those yellow eyes from the dark. The woods around us seemed too still, as though the trees themselves were listening. Sleep came fitful. Each crack of a branch beyond the firelight jolted me awake. I dreamed of wolves standing on hind legs, moving like men through the brush. I dreamed of their rifles rising in perfect unison. When dawn came, I was not rested, and the men looked no better. Ward insisted we continue. "We came for wolves," he said simply, his face gaunt in the gray light. "And we've found them." I wanted to refuse. I wanted to gather my pack, abandon the contract, and walk back to the trailhead alone. But a guide does not leave his clients, no matter how stubborn or foolish they become. That is the code. So I nodded, though every instinct screamed otherwise. We packed our gear, stamped out the embers of the fire, and followed the faint trail back toward the ridge. I kept glancing behind us, expecting the prints of our boots to be joined by heavier, broader shapes. but the snow remained untouched save for our passage. By midday, the clearing appeared again through the trees. My chest tightened, but the circle of birches was empty now. The fire pit remained, its stones blackened, but the wolves were gone. Only the indentations in the ground remained, wide impressions where they had sat. And in the dirt, carved with deliberate lines, was a circle, the shape of their ring, etched as if to remind us of its presence. The men whispered among themselves, their voices low and harsh. Hammond swore it was the work of another hunting party, some trick of locals meant to frighten outsiders. Clay shook his head violently, muttering that no human hands could shape what we had seen. Ward bent to trace the carved circle with his finger, his expression unreadable. I stood apart, watching the tree line. The woods were silent, but it was a silence too perfect, as though the forest were holding its breath. And then I realized something that made my blood run cold. The tracks we had followed the day before were gone. Not snowed over, not muddled by weather. Gone, as though erased by a hand sweeping clean. The ground bore no prints at all, neither wolf nor man. Even our own boot prints from the day before had vanished. Clay saw it too. He dropped his rifle and cursed, his voice breaking. Hammond hushed him, but his own hands shook. Ward, however, only smiled faintly. "They know we're here," he said. "They want us to follow." I felt the weight of his words settle over us like frost. In that moment, I understood that the hunt had shifted, that the rules I had been taught no longer applied. We were no longer searching for wolves. We had been invited into something older, something that wore the shape of wolves as a mask. I wanted to turn back. I wanted to drag the men down the mountain by force, if need be. But when I looked at Ward, at the hunger in his eyes, I knew he would not allow it. And when I looked back into the forest, I realized I was not certain we would be permitted to leave. We set our camp again that evening at the edge of the clearing, though I begged them to move farther down the ridge. Ward refused. He wanted to remain close, to wait, to watch. The fire cracked, throwing shadows across our tents, and the woods pressed close and silent around us. And in the distance, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of metal being worked, rifles being loaded, bolts sliding, triggers tested. The night was just beginning. The fire burned low, but I could not bring myself to sleep. The others drifted in uneasy shifts, their bodies tossing beneath canvas, but my eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the glow. The sound of metal still echoed faintly in my ears, though it had quieted with the deepening night. Perhaps it had been only my imagination, some trick of wind and branches. But I have lived long enough in the wilderness to know the difference between coincidence and intention. That noise had been deliberate. Hours passed like slow drips from a broken faucet. I marked them not by the stars, which were hidden under thick banks of cloud, but by the logs collapsing into coals. Each time I thought I might finally close my eyes, a rustle or a pop would snap them open again. My rifle rested across my knees, the barrel cool against my palms, the wood smooth from years of use. I had carried it into countless hunts, but for the first time in my life, I wondered if it would mean anything at all against what waited outside. Sometime before dawn, I heard footsteps. Not the quick, sharp patter of an animal, but the measured weight of something bipedal. They circled wide around the edge of the firelight, never straying close enough to be seen. At one point, I thought I glimpsed Aishin between the trunks. Yellow, steady, unblinking. I raised my rifle but lowered it again. To shoot blind into the dark would be worse than foolish. The forest punishes waste. When morning finally broke, the camp wore a strange stillness. Ward emerged first, his coat buttoned, his rifle already slung over his shoulder. His eyes were hollow with lack of sleep, but he looked eager, almost expectant. Hammond crawled from his tent soon after, his flask clutched tight in one hand, his face pale and drawn. Clay came last, muttering curses at the cold, his nerves frayed to a visible edge. I told them about the footsteps. Hammond shook his head and swore I must have been dreaming. Clay only laughed in a thin, desperate way, as though trying to convince himself it was all nonsense. Ward listened carefully, though, and when I finished, he nodded once. "Good," he said. "That means they're still close." I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that proximity did not equal opportunity, that some things were better left unpursued. But his conviction was iron, and the others followed where he led, whether out of loyalty or fear. We broke camp and headed deeper into the timber. I set the pace, though my feet felt heavier with each step. The trail was strange. No tracks. No scat, not even the scratch of birds overhead. The woods felt emptied, hollowed out. Only the wind moved, sighing through the birches like a mourner. Around midday we came upon something that stopped us cold. A tree stood in the clearing ahead, a tall spruce with bark torn away in great gouges. At first I thought it the work of claws, but the marks were too even, too deliberate. They were letters. The words spelled down the trunk, carved deep in ragged SIT. Clay recoiled, muttering under his breath. Hammond swore and pulled at Ward's sleeve, urging him to turn back. But Ward only approached the tree, tracing the letters with his fingertips, his breath puffing in the cold. "They're telling us what to do," he said quietly. I grabbed his arm. "No, they're warning us." He pulled free, his eyes blazing. "You guide hunts Orion. That's your job. But this is something older. Something no man has ever seen. I won't waste it by running away." I wanted to argue further, but the silence around us deepened, pressing against my chest. It felt as though the trees themselves leaned closer to hear. Speaking more might have summoned something worse. So I swallowed my words, though every nerve screamed at me. We pressed on. The woods grew darker, thicker, until the light itself seemed reluctant to filter through. I caught glimpses between trunks, shapes that might have been wolves, or men, or some blend of both. Once I thought I heard laughter, low and guttural, moving with us. Each time I turned my head, nothing remained. By dusk we reached a narrow valley. The ground here was softer, muddied by unseen springs, and the air carried a metallic tang like blood. Ward ordered us to set camp again, though Hammond begged we continue back to higher ground. Clay only sat down hard on a log, muttering about how none of this made sense. His hands shook as he tried to light a cigarette, and the match flared too bright, before extinguishing in the damp air. I built the fire myself, stacking the wood carefully, though the flames seemed reluctant to take. When they finally caught, the light felt weak, as if smothered by unseen hands. That night was worse than the last. From the trees came sounds, rifle bolts clicking open, cartridges sliding home, stocks tapping lightly against bark. Wolves should not have known such noises, but they carried with the familiarity of habit. Once, a shot rang out, distant but clear, echoing down the valley. No bullet struck, no branch fell. It was a warning, or perhaps an invitation. Clay snapped then. He leapt to his feet, screaming into the dark, daring them to show themselves. His voice cracked high, edged with terror. Hammond tried to quiet him, but Clay shoved him away and fired his rifle blindly into the trees. The muzzle flash lit the clearing for a moment, and in that instant I saw them. Shapes standing upright, fur bristling, rifles cradled against their shoulders. Their eyes glowed, unblinking, and then the dark swallowed them again. Clay screamed louder, firing until the chamber clicked empty. His breaths came in ragged sobs. When the echoes faded, silence followed once more, heavy and suffocating. Ward's voice cut through it, calm and sharp. "They're testing us," he said. "And you've failed." The words chilled me more than the night air. We managed to restrain Clay, wresting the empty rifle from his hands. He collapsed near the fire, rocking back and forth, muttering nonsense. Hammond drank until he slumped into uneasy sleep. Ward stayed awake, his eyes reflecting the flames, fixed on the tree line. I did not sleep. At dawn, Clay was gone. His bedroll lay torn open, his boots missing, his rifle gone as well. In the mud nearby, tracks stretched away. Not wolf prints, not human, but something between. Large pads with long claws, set too precisely upright. The stride too measured. They led into the trees and vanished where the ground hardened. Hammond cursed, his voice shaking, and demanded we leave at once. But Ward only stood staring at the prints, his jaw tight. "He went to them," he said. "He chose." I snapped at him then. "Chose, you took him. Can't you see that? We're next if we stay." But Ward shook his head. "No." He was weak. "They'll take the weak first. The rest of us, if we prove ourselves, they'll let us sit with them." His words struck me like a blow. I realized then that Ward no longer thought of this as a hunt. He wanted acceptance. He wanted to join whatever circle waited beyond the trees. I tried to reason with Hammond, to convince him we should abandon Ward and flee together. But fear bound him, and he would not leave the man who had paid him. Loyalty or cowardice, it hardly mattered. He stayed. We followed Ward deeper still. The trees closed in, branches knitting overhead until the sky vanished. The air grew damp, heavy, filled with the stink of musk and rot. Each step felt like trespass. My rifle weighed heavier in my hands, though I doubted its use. Near twilight, we found another sign. Stones arranged in a perfect circle on the ground, wide enough to enclose us all. In the center lay bones. Not deer or elk, but human. A skull grinned upward, jaw cracked open, empty sockets turned to the skyless canopy. Beside it lay a rifle, rusted but intact. Hammond retched. I stood frozen. Ward stepped forward, his face shining with something close to reverence. "They've left us a place," he whispered. I grabbed his shoulder. "No. This is not a place for men." He shrugged me off. "You don't understand Orion. This is the highest hunt. Not predator against prey, but predator becoming equal. They've invited us." The woods stirred then. Shadows shifted between the trunks. Eyes glowed, dozens of them, encircling us. Shapes emerged, half seen, tall and broad, fur bristling, rifles cradled like sacred relics. They did not advance. They only waited. Ward stepped into the circle of stones. His boots pressed against the bones, crunching them underfoot. He raised his rifle across his lap and sat, mirroring their posture. For a heartbeat, silence held. Then, as one, the figures in the trees lowered themselves to sit as well. The sound of rifles settling echoed like thunder. I stood rooted, my breath shallow, my heart hammering. Hammond clutched at my arm, whispering frantic prayers. Ward smiled, his eyes catching the faint light. And then, from the shadows, one of them rose. It stepped forward, slow and deliberate. The shape was massive, its fur black as pitch, its eyes burning yellow. In its hands it held a rifle, polished and gleaming, more real than anything else in that nightmare. It walked upright, its stride balanced, until it stood just outside the circle. Ward lifted his head proudly, as though waiting for coronation. The creature raised its rifle and leveled the barrel at his chest. The rifle cracked like lightning, splitting the valley. The report rolled through the trees, echoing back on itself until it sounded like a chorus of thunder. Ward's body jerked, the impact throwing him onto his back within the ring of stones. His rifle clattered to the ground beside him, his eyes still wide, not with fear but with something like awe. He had wanted this, I realized. Even in death, he had sought it. Hammond screamed. His voice broke into jagged sobs as he stumbled backward, dragging me with him. The fire in his eyes was gone, only terror remained. But I could not move. My boots felt nailed to the earth, my breath locked in my chest. The black wolf stood tall, lowering its rifle with a slow, practiced grace. Its eyes lifted from Ward's body to fix on me. That gaze carried weight beyond words, a pressure, a command. Around it, the others shifted, their outlines merging with the trees, their rifles gleaming faintly as they tilted them upward in unison. And then, without sound, they vanished. One blink they were there, a circle of hunters carved from shadow and fur, and the next, the clearing was empty. Only Ward's body remained, still sprawled among the stones. The forest exhaled, a long sigh that set the branches shivering. I finally managed to move, wrenching my arm from Hammond's grip. He stumbled toward Ward's body, sobbing, clutching at his own rifle like a drowning man, clutching driftwood. "Leave him," I hissed. But Hammond shook his head violently, his face streaked with tears. We can't just, God, Orion, we can't leave him like this." I wanted to argue, but something in me faltered. Ward had been mad, yes, but he was still a man I had guided. My duty held, even now. I nodded once, grimly. Together we dragged him from the circle, his weight slack, the blood soaking into the soil. His chest was ruined, the shot clean and final. His eyes stared at the canopy above, glazed with that strange reverence. We wrapped him in a tarp, silent except for Hammond's ragged breaths. Every crack of branch, every shift of wind made us start. I expected the shapes to return at any moment, rifles raised, finishing what they had begun. But the woods stayed quiet, too quiet. Night closed in heavy and swift. We dared not build a fire near the circle, so we carried Ward's shrouded body deeper into the valley, setting camp against a rock face where the wind cut less sharply. Hammond would not stop muttering prayers, his flask trembling in his hands. I sat with my rifle across my knees, eyes fixed on the dark. Sleep was impossible. I heard movements out there, rifle bolts sliding open, the metallic kiss of rounds chambered. Soft footsteps circling just beyond reach of firelight. Once, I thought I heard my own voice whispering from the trees, calling my name. When I turned, only silence remained. At some point, Hammond broke. He rose suddenly, stumbling toward the trees, muttering Ward's name. I grabbed his arm, but he tore free with surprising strength. "He's out there," he said. "They've taken him, but he's not gone. He's waiting. I have too." He vanished into the dark before I could stop him. His voice carried for a few moments, calling Ward's name, then cut off abruptly. No sound followed, no scream, just silence absolute and suffocating. I sat alone, my heart hammering, my throat dry as ash. I knew then I was the last. When dawn crept gray over the trees, Hammond had not returned. I found no trace of him. No prints, no broken branches. Not even the smell of his flask. It was as though he had been erased. Ward's shrouded body remained, though, heavier than ever. I could not abandon him, though part of me longed to. I forced myself to move, to haul the tarp over my shoulder and start back the way we had come. The forest seemed endless now, the paths unfamiliar, the ridges twisted. Each landmark looked subtly wrong, as if the land itself had shifted overnight. My compass spun in slow circles, useless. Hours passed in a haze of fatigue and dread. I stopped once to drink from the creek, the water so cold it hurt. When I lifted my head, I saw them again, across the bank. A dozen shapes watching me. They sat in a circle, rifles resting across their laps, their eyes glowing faintly in the daylight. One of them lifted its head, and for a heartbeat, I thought I recognized Hammond's face beneath the fur. His eyes, wide and pleading, locked with mine before he lowered them to the rifle in his hands. I staggered back, nearly falling into the water. When I looked again, the bank was empty. Only trees swayed in the wind. I pressed on. My legs felt made of stone, my back screaming beneath Ward's dead weight. But something inside me insisted I keep moving, keep dragging him away from that cursed valley. Perhaps it was duty. Perhaps it was fear. Perhaps it was both. As dusk neared, I stumbled into another clearing. At its center burned a fire, though no one tended it. Around it sat stones arranged in a perfect ring. On each stone lay a rifle, gleaming, polished, waiting. My knees buckled. I dropped Ward's body at the edge of the clearing, unable to carry him farther. The firelight flickered, casting the rifles in long shadows. I knew, without being told, that these had been left for me. An invitation, a demand. The woods pressed close, heavy with expectation. I heard the faint click of rifles in the dark, dozens of them, moving in rhythm. My hands trembled on my own weapon. I wanted to run. God. I wanted to flee into the trees, to vanish down some hidden trail and never look back. But my feet refused. The circle held me, its gravity stronger than fear. I looked down at Ward's shrouded body. His face, pale beneath the tarp, seemed almost peaceful. Perhaps he had been right. Perhaps this was not death but transformation, a passing from one hunt into another. The fire crackled. The rifles gleamed. And from the woods voices rose, not howls, not growls, but words. Low, guttural, spoken in unison. My name, Adrien. The sound shook me to my marrow. I sank to my knees at the edge of the circle. My rifle slipped from my hands and clattered onto the stones. My body trembled, every instinct screaming at me to resist, to fight, to flee. But the voices pressed in, heavier, insistent. The fire flared higher, casting shadows that danced like wolves on two legs. I reached forward, my fingers brushing the stock of one of the rifles laid out before me. The wood was warm, pulsing faintly, alive. I thought of my father's lessons, of respect, of silence, of reverence. He had told me the forest notices arrogance, punishes greed. But what of those who listen? What of those who obey? The voices grew louder, chanting my name, until the sound filled the clearing. My vision swam, the firelight blinding. I lifted the rifle into my lap. The moment I did, the chanting ceased. Silence fell, vast and absolute. From the tree line, eyes opened. Dozens of them, glowing yellow shapes emerged, tall and broad, fur bristling, rifles cradled across their knees. They lowered themselves into the circle, mirroring me. I sat among them. The fire roared, sparks spiraling upward into the dark canopy. My heart pounded, my breath ragged. But my body did not move to flee. I was held in place, as though bound by something older than rope or chain. One of them leaned forward. Its muzzle gleamed in the firelight, its teeth sharp, its eyes burning. It spoke, not in words I knew, but in a cadence that wrapped around my bones. My name twisted through it, reshaped, claimed. And then I understood. This was not a hunt. This was a passing of the rifle, the oldest ritual of all. To sit, to watch, to wait. I do not know how long I sat there. Time dissolved, marked only by the rhythm of my breath, the weight of the rifle in my lap, the glow of the eyes around me. Ward had been the offering, Clay the choice. And I was the acceptance. The fire dwindled, the night deepened, the circle held, and when the dawn came, no human footprints marked the clearing. Only wolf tracks, wide and sure, pressed deep into the soil. My name is Mara Quinn, and I have lived most of my adult life guiding others into the wilderness, believing it to be my calling, my craft, and my solace. The Appalachian ranges had raised me in their shadowed folds, their ridges and hollows shaping my sense of self as firmly as any family could. I knew the rhythm of rivers, the way storms carried themselves through the high branches, the taste of metal in the air. When lightning was still an hour away, I knew how to listen to silence, how to read the lean of a broken branch, and how to carry others safely through these wild lands when they had no idea how unforgiving the ground beneath their boots could be. I had thought those years of practice, those seasons of patience, made me ready for anything. That was until the night. I guided 3 hunters into a stretch of woods I had always respected but never feared, and under the rising moon they turned their rifles, not on the deer they sought, but smiling in a way no human mouth should ever stretch. When I first met them, they gave their names like men rehearsed in introducing themselves, a clipped politeness that seemed tailored more for effect than truth. The first called himself Draven, a man with eyes as pale as creek stone, and a jaw set too tight for the casual grin he tried to wear. The second was Ellis, broader in shoulder, his accent faintly northern, his hands restless even when still. The last said his name was Cole, though his voice wavered on it, like he was trying to remember which identity to pick that morning. Hunters often came with bravado, with the swagger of men eager to prove themselves against the landscape. But these 3 carried themselves differently. They watched me more than they watched the trail. They let me speak the plans, let me describe the routes and the rivers, but their silence never felt like respect. It felt like listening, as if they were memorizing the cadence of my voice more than the instructions I gave. Still, I told myself not to judge too quickly. A guide has to manage men as much as terrain. Some need coaxing, some need firm orders. Some need silence left long enough for them to trust their own footing. I kept my observations tucked away, noting the strange cadence of their questions, never about elk sign or water sources, but about me. How long had I guided? Had I ever been lost? Did I ever take groups into these particular woods at night? Their eyes lingered too long on the answers, and yet their tone stayed pleasant, their boots steady behind mine. The day waned easily enough. We followed a faint game trail, the kind only visible to those who know what to look for, the soft shift of leaves where hooves had pressed, the faint indentation of a dew-soaked meadow where a body had bedded down. I led them through, pointing out scat, showing where the tracks veered down toward water. They nodded in the right places, even pretended to shoulder their rifles in anticipation. But not once did they lift their scopes to glass the ridges. They were not here for what they claimed. I felt it, though I could not name it. The way you feel a storm's promise on your skin, even before the sky clouds. By dusk we reached a clearing narrow enough to set camp, ringed in hemlocks and lit faintly by the bruised light of a sinking sun. I instructed them on firewood, on pitching tents, and they followed in silence, their movements precise, mechanical. When the fire caught and began its low, crackling chorus, I expected their conversation to turn to hunts past, to family tales, to the usual boasts men carried like tinder in their chests. Instead, they sat close to the flames, eyes fixed on me, as though I were the only thing worth remarking on. Cole finally broke the hush with a simple question that stiffened my back. Do you prefer the mountains when they're quiet, or when they're loud with life? A strange query, but I answered it as any guide would. I said quiet gave you answers, while noise gave you warning. He smiled too wide then, his lips pulling back farther than comfort allowed, and the others followed suit, their grins matching like reflections. For a moment, with the firelight flickering across their teeth, I felt as though I were surrounded not by men, but by predators who had learned to imitate laughter. Night came full, and the moon rose over the tree line, sharp and bright, silvering the clearing in a light that felt cold to the bone. That was when they stood together, rifles in hand, but instead of aiming them toward the blackened forest, they turned them toward me. Their smiles split across their faces, impossibly wide, the expression of men caught in a secret they no longer needed to hide. I froze. Every instinct I had learned in the backcountry, screaming at me to remain calm, to read the ground, to find the path out. But there was no path out. Only 3 hunters who had revealed themselves as something else entirely. I asked them what they were doing, kept my voice level, though my hand itched toward the knife on my belt. Draven spoke then, his voice low and even, as if reciting scripture. You lead well, Mara. You always did. But guides must eventually arrive where we intend to go. And tonight, that place is you. They laughed. Not loud, not manic, but soft, the way coyotes laugh among themselves when the kill is certain. My skin crawled with it, and in the spaces between their chuckles, the forest grew too quiet, as though even the owls and the wind had withdrawn. I knew then that I was alone, not just against these men, but against the land itself, which seemed suddenly complicit. The moonlight carved their features into something monstrous, highlighting the wet shine in their eyes. Ellis cocked his rifle and rested it lazily against his shoulder, not threatening in stance, but promising in intent. Cole tilted his head as though waiting for me to run, as though eager for the chase. My breath came slow, steady, but inside my chest my heart hammered, like a snared drum. I understood in that instant that the wilderness had betrayed me, or perhaps it had only revealed what had always been waiting there in the dark. The fact that sometimes it is not the beasts we fear, but the men who wear beastly smiles. I had guided hunters before, many times, but never had I felt like the prey. That night, as the fire sank into coals, and the shadows leaned closer, I realized the line between guide and quarry had vanished entirely, and I was caught in a game I had never agreed to play. The rifle stayed trained on me for what felt like hours, though in truth only a few breaths had passed, The fire cracked once, tossing up a spray of sparks, and every ember seemed to hang suspended, as though even the flames were holding their breath. I thought to reach for the knife at my hip, to cut through that silence with steel, but I knew the distance, the odds, the futility. 3 rifles could end me before my blade left its sheath. So I stood very still, every muscle tightening with the effort of stillness, and waited to see what kind of game they meant to play. Ellis was the first to move. He lowered his rifle until its muzzle kissed the earth, then dug the stock into the ground and leaned on it, like a man resting against a staff. "You're calm," he said. His voice was almost approving, as though I'd passed some unspoken test. Most would run by now. Most would cry. He said the word cry like it was a kind of music he had grown fond of. Cole let out a laugh, short, high, almost boyish, and tapped his barrel against his thigh in rhythm with the crackling fire. Draven said nothing. He only stared, his pale eyes unblinking, the moonlight filling them until they seemed less like eyes and more like the surface of some frozen pond. When he finally spoke, his words dropped like stones. "Not yet. Not until the hour turns." I did not ask what he meant. Questions felt like invitations, and I had no desire to invite anything further from them. I let the silence stretch, hoping they might reveal more in their strange hunger for words. And they did. Cole crouched suddenly, close to the fire, close enough that the flames licked red into his grin. He plucked a coal with the edge of his blade, balancing it as though testing its weight, then let it fall back with a hiss. "You know these woods better than anyone," he said, his voice eager, coaxing. "Every hollow, every rise, every path the deer take to water. That's why we wanted you. You'll guide us, same as before. But not to elk, not to bear, to where the line thins." He glanced at Ellis, who nodded slowly, as though confirming something rehearsed. Draven gave no sign at all, but his stillness was more commanding than either of their motions. I knew then they had chosen me long before the trailhead. The way they'd watched me, the way their questions always curved back to my own habits. It had been building to this moment. The hour turned. I knew it not by any clock, but by the way Draven's head lifted, as though answering some silent toll only he could hear. He raised his rifle then, but not to me. He aimed it straight up and fired. The crack of the shot shattered the clearing, echoing off the ridges like a call and response. The forest should have answered with scattering deer, with the flurry of birds startled from their perches. But it did not. The sound hung. Too long, stretching unnaturally, until it twisted back on itself and came again. A second report, when the barrel had long since cooled. I stiffened. I had heard echoes all my life, but never one that returned when the air was still, never one that did not belong. The others smiled wider. Cole clapped his hands like a delighted child. Ellis shifted his stance, satisfied, as though the night had given them the sign they waited for. Draven lowered the rifle slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "It has heard," he murmured. "It has answered." My mouth was dry, but I forced words past it. "What are you calling?" The question left me before I could stop it. His answer was a whisper I felt in my bones more than in my ears. "Not what?" "Who?" The fire sagged into deeper coals, shadows rising taller as though eager to close in. A cold draft swept through the clearing. Not the kind of mountain breeze that carried pine scent or distant water, but one that smelled of stone long sealed and soil freshly torn. My skin prickled, the way it does when lightning crawls invisible across the sky. Behind us, from the darkness between hemlock trunks, came the faint sound of footfall. Not the crash of an animal, not the scattered patter of smaller life. This was measured, deliberate, paced. I turned instinctively, knife now drawn though useless, my breath shallow in my throat. Nothing appeared, only blackness between the trees. Thicker now, almost liquid. I realized with slow horror that the hunters were not watching the shadows at all. They were watching me, eager to see my reaction, as though I were part of the ritual they had set in motion. Ellis finally moved again, breaking the standoff. He slung his rifle across his back and approached me with a slow, deliberate tread. His boots pressed deep into the leaf mold, each step heavier than the last, until I swore the ground bent under his weight. He stopped just a yard away, close enough that I smelled iron on his breath, a metallic tang that made my stomach twist. "You'll take us where it comes through," he said. "You'll open the path. That's what guides are for, isn't it? To lead." He reached out suddenly, seizing my wrist with a grip that belied his calm tone. His fingers were ice, cold, colder than any human hand should be, and the chill ran through my veins like quicksilver. I tried to wrench free, but his grip tightened, unyielding. Cole giggled. There was no other word for it, as if the struggle were the punchline of some joke I didn't understand. I spat words at them then, harsher than I intended. "If you wanted a sacrifice, you should have said so before I brought you here." Ellis's grip tightened once more, then released, sudden as it had begun. The other two laughed together, the sound overlapping, weaving into something uncanny. Draven finally broke the rhythm with a single word: sacrifice. His head tilted, pale eyes gleaming. "No, that would waste you. We don't want your death, Mara. We want your guidance. You know these woods in ways we do not. You have walked the thin lines before, even if you pretend you haven't noticed them." His voice softened, nearly kind. "We only need you to stop pretending." The ground shifted beneath me then, subtle, but enough that the fire swayed and sparks skittered sideways. My knees bent instinctively to balance. When I steadied, the trees around us did not stand the same. The clearing's ring had widened, stretched. The hemlocks seemed taller, leaning inward. Their branches tangled like skeletal fingers, grasping at the moon. I blinked, and for a moment I thought my vision blurred. But no, this was no trick of the eyes. The place itself had changed, reshaped. The hunters watched me closely, gouging whether I'd admit what I saw. I kept my face still, though inside terror gnawed like rats. The line between places had thinned indeed, and I was standing in its center. Cole sprang up suddenly, twirling his rifle like a baton, before planting the butt into the soil with a thud. "There," he shouted, spinning toward the shadows beyond. "It's close now. Do you feel it, Mara? Do you hear how it calls your steps?" He was trembling, not with fear, but with anticipation, as if he were on the cusp of reunion with something beloved. Ellis gave a low chuckle and began circling me, slow predator's arcs, his boots dragging leaves into spirals. Draven alone remained unmoved, watching, waiting, his presence heavier than either of theirs. I realized then that they were not merely three men. They were something bound together, three faces of a single intent. And I was caught in the teeth of it. I did not pray. Prayer had no place here. Instead, I measured breath, measured ground, searched for any flaw in their circle I might exploit. The knife in my hand felt small, absurd, yet its weight steadied me. The wilderness had taught me long ago that survival sometimes hinges not on strength, but on refusal. Refusal to collapse, to give over. I refused then, silently. Even as the shadows pressed closer, even as the hunters' grins widened into masks of devotion. The hour was only beginning, and I understood with dread certainty that the night had far more to show me. The clearing stretched wider with each breath I took, as the woods themselves bent to make space for something else. The fire dwindled to a pale shimmer, the coals barely glowing, though I had stoked them well before dusk. The light bled upward instead of outward, as though gravity had reversed itself for flame alone. It floated like dust motes, spiraling into the branches, tracing symbols in the air I could not name. My knife felt heavier, its hilt slick with the sweat of my palm, though the night had grown cold enough that my breath misted. Adrien raised his rifle again, not to fire, but to mark a point in the darkness. "There," he said. The word was quiet, reverent, like a pilgrim arriving at a shrine. Ellis grinned and stepped back to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Cole nearly danced with glee, pacing along the edge of the clearing, as though unable to keep still. All their focus fixed on that single patch of black between the hemlocks. I forced my gaze to follow theirs. At first I saw only shadow, the same interwoven dark I had seen countless nights, guiding parties through forests. But then the shadow began to breathe. The motion was subtle at first. A swell, a collapse, a rhythm too deliberate to be accident. As my eyes strained against the gloom, the black deepened, pulling darker than any natural shade, a void among trees. From it came a low sound, something between a growl and a whisper. The pitch shifted as though testing language, and my gut twisted because some part of it almost formed my name. The hunters leaned forward, eager, trembling. I alone stepped back, my boots grinding the earth, though I knew retreat was meaningless. The night had locked me in its teeth. Cole clapped his hands and shouted, "It knows her!" "It already knows her." He laughed, a piercing sound that seemed to crack the cold air. Ellis reached for me again, but Adrien lifted one hand and stopped him. "Not yet," he said, his voice barely above a breath. "It chooses in its own time. Do not rush it." They were not afraid of this thing. They were devoted. That realization sent a deeper chill through me than the creature itself. They wanted me alive, not as quarry, but as offering, as conduit. They believed I was necessary for whatever passage this thing demanded. The breathing shadow thickened, and then it stepped forward. The void peeled itself from the trees, like a man shrugging off a cloak. It had the shape of a figure, tall, its shoulders sloping unnaturally wide, arms that reached too long, hands that dangled past its knees. But no features marked its face, only smoothness where eyes and mouth should have been. Yet I knew it was smiling. I felt it like a pressure against my skin, the same way I had felt the hunter's grins hours before. My body recoiled even as my feet locked to the ground. Every instinct screamed to flee, but flight had been stripped from me long before the first rifle was turned. The hunters lowered their weapons in unison, bowing slightly as though in greeting. "Guide us, now, Mara. Lead us where it walks. That's what you were born for." His voice cracked with awe. I shook my head before I even realized it, words spilling sharp and defiant. "I will not lead you to that." My voice trembled, but the refusal was real. Adrien turned to me, his pale eyes glinting in the silver wash of the moon. You already have." He gestured toward the fire, and I followed his motion. The coals no longer glowed red, but bled a blue, forming a circle that pulsed with each breath of the shadowed figure. My stomach turned to stone. They were right. I had brought them here, guided their steps to this place without ever knowing. My own knowledge of the land had been twisted, used like a compass spun by unseen hands. The creature moved then, gliding more than walking. The ground did not crunch under its weight. Leaves did not stir. It closed the space between us with impossible quiet, until only a few yards separated us. My knife felt like a toy in comparison, a child's defiance. The hunters spread apart, forming a half ring behind me, herding me forward. The shadow stopped, tilting its faceless head, studying me as if considering the shape of my soul. My breath quickened. It leaned closer, and though it had no mouth, I heard words directly in my mind. "You know the paths. You have walked them in silence. Show me." The voice was not a sound, but a presence pressing against the inside of my skull, cold and patient. I clenched the knife until my knuckles ached. "I will not." The refusal left my lips barely louder than a whisper. The hunter's laughter rose immediately, discordant and layered, as though they had expected exactly this. Cole spun in a circle, arms flung wide. "Oh, but she will. They all do. The woods bend when it asks." He shouted the last word as if declaring victory. Ellis stepped closer behind me, and I felt the muzzle of his rifle nudge my back. "You think you still choose," he said. "But every trail you've walked has led here." His breath reeked of iron again, and my stomach lurched. The creature extended one long hand. Its fingers were impossibly thin, tapering to points that hovered just before my chest. Cold radiated from them, so sharp I gasped, frost seeming to creep across my ribs, though no contact had been made. My knees weakened, the urge to collapse pulling hard. And in that instant something sparked in me. Not courage, not faith, but anger. Anger that they had stolen my land from me, twisted my woods into a trap. Anger that they had made me a pawn. Anger that my knowledge, my gift, had been perverted. I tightened my grip on the knife, lifted it with a suddenness that surprised even me, and slashed upward. The blade met resistance. Not flesh, but something thicker than air. Sparks flew pale blue, as though metal struck stone. The creature recoiled, its faceless head jerking back. The whisper, voice hissing like steam. The hunters gasped in unison, their smiles faltering for the first time. Draven shouted something in a tongue I didn't recognize, guttural and sharp, his composure broken. Ellis shoved me forward, snarling, but I twisted aside, the rifle shot cracking past my shoulder into the night. Cole's laughter turned shrill, frantic, the sound of a man clinging to belief unraveling. The clearing buckled beneath us, the ground heaving like something beneath had stirred. Trees bent inward, their branches clawing down. The fire flared once in a towering column of blue, then died entirely, plunging us into silver moonlight alone. I ran. I did not think, did not choose direction. Only threw myself into the trees with every ounce of strength. Branches whipped my face, roots clutched at my boots, but I tore through, lungs burning. Behind me, voices rose, hunters shouting, the whisper of the creature overlapping, a chorus of pursuit. The forest itself seemed to warp, trails bending back on themselves, clearings repeating. I stumbled into the same hollow twice, though I had run straight. Panic clawed at me, but I refused to surrender to it. Somewhere, deep beneath terror, training returned. I looked for slope, for water, for the steady pull of terrain that never lied. I forced my mind to map, even as my body screamed to collapse. The voices followed, closer, farther, then all around, as if the woods themselves spoke with their mouths. Guide, they called. Lid. My name came next, stretched, broken, drawn out in syllables that did not belong to any human tongue. I shoved hands against my ears, but the sound came from within. I staggered down a ravine, slipping on moss, slick stone, crashing into cold water that sliced my breath. The current took me, dragging me downstream in a froth of foam and rock. My body slammed against stone, bruises blooming, but I held to the knife, even as the river flung me like driftwood. When at last it spat me onto a gravel bank, I lay gasping, soaked, my chest aching, the moon still overhead. Silence pressed in, no hunters, no whispers, only the roar of water. For a heartbeat I believed I had escaped. Then the gravel shifted under me. I lifted my head, terror renewed. The stones bore marks, long grooves like talons dragged through. They formed lines that curved and joined, symbols repeating from the flames I had seen in the clearing. My blood iced. The river had not freed me. It had delivered me further into whatever design the hunters had drawn. A figure stood upstream where moonlight caught the water. Tall, faceless, waiting. My breath hitched, but something inside me hardened again. I would not guide them. I would not be their path, no matter what lines the forest tried to carve. The knife in my hand glimmered faintly blue, the mark of where it had struck. That meant something. Perhaps the woods wanted me bent. Perhaps the hunters wanted me broken. But perhaps the blade meant I still had teeth of my own. I rose on shaking legs, every bone in me aching, every instinct begging me to collapse. The figure tilted its head, the whisper sliding back into my skull. Guide. Its tone was different now, not command but curiosity, as though my resistance had shifted its hunger. I spat water, tightened my grip, and stepped backward, deeper into shadow, refusing. The night did not release me, but it did not strike. For the first time, I felt the possibility, not of safety, but of defiance. The woods may have thinned, but so had I, and what is thin can cut both ways. So I moved into darkness, knife raised, the river at my back. The figure watching, the hunters still out there somewhere. Whether I would ever find my way out, or whether the path had ended long ago, I did not know. But I walked it on my own terms, and in the silence that followed, broken only by my heartbeat, I swore this much. I would never lead them where they wanted to go. My name is Fletcher Dorn, and I have made my living as a guide in the Ozark Mountains for nearly a decade. I have walked more ridges and hollows than I can count, led more hunting parties and hikers than I can remember. And I believed, foolishly, perhaps, that the woods held no secrets from me. I was wrong. I speak now not to boast of my profession, but to explain, as plainly as I can, what happened during a trip that should never have been taken. I record this because silence would feel like betrayal, and because the memory grows sharper with each passing day, as if the hills themselves refuse to let me forget. The group I led consisted of 4 men from out of state. They were not hunters in the true sense, though they carried rifles polished to gleaming. They were not woodsmen, though they wore boots that had never touched mud. They were city men playing at adventure, eager to tell stories over drinks about how they braved the untamed wilderness. I have guided men like them before, and I know their type well. They laugh too loudly, They walk too fast on the first day, and they pay little attention to what you tell them until the second evening, when the forest has begun to remind them of its power. We began our trek in late October, when the air in the Ozarks hangs heavy with wood smoke, and the ridges echo with distant gunshots from deer hunters. The leaves were half fallen, carpeting the trails in bronze and scarlet, and the wind carried the dry rustle of branches clacking together. It should have been like any other trip, but before we had gone 3 miles in, I noticed something that set my teeth on edge. The first trail marker, a wooden post with the name of the route burned into its face, looked freshly carved. The words should have read, Spring Hollow Loop. Instead, beneath the letters, faint but unmistakable, another word had been etched, as if by a sharp knife. It was my name, Fletcher. I stared at it long enough for one of the men, a tall fellow named Richard, to ask if something was wrong. I told him it was nothing, just a prank by some other hiker. He laughed and said it was a stroke of luck, having a guide whose name was marked into the woods themselves. I forced a smile and moved on. But my mind did not leave that post, nor the way the grooves in the wood looked raw and pale, as though they had been carved only hours earlier. As we pressed deeper into the hollow, more signs appeared. Some were nailed to trees, others planted at intersections of faint game trails. Each one bore the proper names: Beard Den Spur, White Rock Cutoff, North Ridge. Yet each also had my name carved beneath, growing bolder, cleaner, as though whoever carved them had more time to perfect the letters. By the 4th mile, I stopped pretending it was coincidence. My hands began to sweat despite the chill. The men in my party noticed nothing. They walked ahead with their rifles slung low, shouting jokes to one another, ignorant of the silence that followed us. I did not want to frighten them, and so I told myself there must be an explanation. Perhaps some local boys had carved my name, having heard of me through town gossip. Guides are known in these parts, and my name might have carried farther than I realized. Still, the strangeness clung to me like smoke. I resolved to turn us around after we made camp that night. Better to disappoint paying clients than to push deeper into a forest that seemed suddenly alive and aware. We made camp in a shallow basin ringed by sycamores. The men gathered deadfall for firewood while I set the tents. Night came quickly in those hollows, the sun sliding behind the ridges as though chased. The fire leapt high, its glow painting the trunks in gold, and the men drank from silver flasks, laughing loud enough to stir whatever creatures hid in the underbrush. I stayed quiet. My eyes roamed the circle of firelight, then the dark beyond, where the branches shifted against the sky like skeletal arms. When I left the fire to relieve myself, I walked only a dozen paces into the brush. There, nailed to a tree at eye level, was another sign. I swear by my life it had not been there when we gathered wood. The plank was fresh, cut, sap still wet at its edges. My name was not just scratched but gouged, each letter deep as though dug by claws instead of knives. I touched the grooves, half expecting them to bleed. The wood was cold. The forest seemed to inhale around me, branches leaning inward as if to listen. I returned to camp with my heart hammering in my throat. The men had no interest in sleep. They drank. They fired their rifles into the dark for sport, and they told stories that seemed to grow crueler with every retelling. I lay in my tent and tried to rest, but the wind carried whispers between the sycamores. Each time the fire popped, I thought I heard my name muttered low, as though the trees themselves repeated it. At last exhaustion pulled me under. I woke to silence so complete it felt like being buried. The fire had burned low. The men snored in their tents. I crawled out for air, and that was when I saw them, dozens of trail markers surrounding our camp, each one planted in the earth like gravestones. They circled us in a perfect ring. My name glowed pale against every board, freshly carved, catching the moonlight. I stumbled forward to touch one, but as soon as my fingers brushed the letters, the wood shivered beneath my hand. I snatched it back and nearly cried out. The letters were not carved at all. They were alive, moving faintly, as if worms crawled just beneath the surface, shaping themselves into my name again and again. I fled back to the fire, shaking. I told myself I was dreaming. I told myself I was overtired. Yet when dawn came, the markers remained. The men noticed them at once and assumed they had been there all along. They laughed and teased me, saying the forest must favor me if it chose to write my name. Their laughter rang hollow in the morning air. I wanted to drag them back to the trailhead immediately, but pride held me. A guide who panics at his own name carved in wood is not a guide worth hiring. Against every instinct, I pressed us deeper into the mountains. The next miles were worse. Every bend of the trail revealed more signs. Some bore my full name, Fletcher, carved with precision. Others showed only initials FD, repeated endlessly along the trunks of oaks. Once, crossing a shallow creek, I looked down and saw the letters, traced into the stones beneath the water, black and shining like leeches. When I blinked, they were gone. The men began to tire, their jokes fading. The woods felt heavier, the air thicker, as though the mountains leaned inward to watch us pass. I kept my eyes low, focused on the trail, unwilling to meet the gaze of any sign or tree. Still, the forest whispered. My name followed me in the rustle of leaves, the drip of water, the echo of footsteps that did not belong to us. When we stopped for lunch, I walked away under the pretense of scouting. In truth, I needed to breathe away from their laughter. I followed a narrow spur trail until I reached a clearing of stone, a wide shelf overlooking the valley. There, in the center of the rock, someone had carved a message so large it's 10 feet from end to end. My name again, but this time it was followed by a phrase, Kwame. Ha! The letters were deep, dark, and wet, though no rain had fallen. They looked as though the rock itself had blood. My knees weakened beneath me. I touched the stone, and the wetness smeared across my skin like tar. The smell was iron-rich, unmistakable. Blood. The message was carved in blood. I did not tell the men what I saw. I could not. I led them back to camp with my face pale and my words few. That night, their laughter faltered. They asked me if I had heard voices, if the wind seemed strange. One man swore he saw figures moving between the trees, pale shapes that ducked away when he raised his light. We built the fire high and sat close to it, rifles across our knees. The night pressed in. The signs around us multiplied, boards and posts and carved bark, all bearing my name, glowing faint in the firelight. I did not sleep. I sat by the fire until the sky turned from black to the faintest shade of gray. The men stirred in their tents one by one, bleary, eyed and sullen. None of them spoke much that morning. They chewed their breakfast without appetite, their gazes drifting off into the markers that ringed our camp. Overnight, the boards had multiplied again. Where before there were dozens, now there were hundreds, packed tight together like a fence of gravestones, hemming us in on all sides. The smell of sap hung heavy, sharp and metallic in my nostrils. The wood looked fresh cut, as if someone had harvested a whole forest while we slept. No one asked how it was possible. They only avoided my eyes, though every plank bore my name. When we broke camp, I led them west, intending to circle back toward the trailhead. I told them we would take a longer loop, claim we had explored the ridge, then head out by evening. They did not argue. Pride had fled them, the way pride always flees men when the wilderness bares its teeth. The forest was still, but it was not the stillness of peace. It was the kind of quiet that holds a breath before the storm. We walked 3 miles before I realized the trail had twisted back on itself. The markers proved it. My name greeted us again and again, on trees I swore I had already passed, on posts planted in places where no official trail should be. The men grumbled, blaming me for poor navigation. I bit my tongue to tell them the truth, that the forest itself had folded in on us, that it was not my hand that guided us in circles, would only break them. I could see already that fear gnawed at their edges. Their shoulders sagged, their rifles dragged low, and their eyes darted at shadows between the oaks. By midday, the air grew hot and wet, though the season should have been cool. Sweat slicked our faces. The men stripped off their coats and cursed under their breath. I heard it again then. My name, whispered low, rising from the ground itself. Fletcher. Fletcher, it came from the leaves, from the stones, from the throat of the creek we crossed. Each syllable seemed closer, breathed against my ear, though no one walked beside me. I told myself not to answer, not to acknowledge it. My lips twitched with the urge to speak back. Richard, the tall one, snapped first. He hurled his rifle into the brush and shouted at the trees to shut up, though no voice but his had spoken aloud. His face flushed crimson, his eyes wild. The other men seized him, forced him back onto the trail. He wept as we walked, muttering that the woods knew him, too, that they whispered his name now as well. But I heard only mine. We camped that night in a clearing with no fire. The men would not gather wood. They lay in their tents with their faces turned away, unwilling to meet my gaze. I sat awake, watching the shadows creep. The boards stood in the dark like sentinels. Some bore my name scratched in a frantic hand, letters uneven, jagged. Others were carved so clean they looked stamped, as though pressed into the wood by something immense. At some hour past midnight, I heard footsteps circling the camp. Not the rustle of deer or the crack of raccoon claws. These were deliberate, steady, human. I held my breath. A figure moved between the trees, just beyond the line of markers. It was tall, shoulders hunched, pale against the dark. When it turned, I saw my own face staring back at me, stretched long and wrong, the eyes hollow black. It raised a hand and pointed to the ground before vanishing. I went to where it had stood. At my feet lay another sign, the wood fresh and slick with sap. It bore words I had not seen before: fell all OW. I carried the board back to the fire pit and set it in the ashes. It did not burn. At dawn, Richard was gone. His tent lay open, his pack untouched. We searched until the sun climbed high, shouting his name into the hollows, but the echoes came back wrong, rasping, older. My own voice twisted until it cracked. The men accused me of leading them astray. Their stares grew hard, suspicion boiling under their fear. One spat at my boots. Another said perhaps the forest called for me alone, and if I left, it might release them. I told them they were fools. I told them no man walked these woods alone and lived. But inside, I wondered if they were right. We pressed on, driven by hunger and dread. The trail grew unfamiliar. Ridges rising where no ridges should be. Hollows opening that I had never walked in all my years. The land folded like a map turned in on itself. Yet always the signs marked our way, each one bearing my name. Sometimes the boards dripped fresh sap. Sometimes they dripped blood. By the second evening without Richard, the men refused to follow me further. They built their own fire apart from mine. Their rifles pointed toward me as they slept. I lay awake and listened to the forest hum with my name. Fletcher, Fletcher Dorn. Over and over, in voices I almost recognized. The voices of my father, of guides I had once known, of men long dead. They wove together like a choir, chanting my name until the syllables lost meaning, until I was nothing but sound. I rose before dawn and walked into the trees. The signs formed a corridor leading me forward. Each board leaned inward, narrowing into a tunnel of wood. My name glowed faint as embers. I followed, against every instinct, because the forest would not let me do otherwise. At the tunnel's end, I came to a hollow black as pitch. The air was thick, the silence crushing. In the center of the hollow stood a tree older than any I had ever seen, its trunk swollen, bark gray and split. Across its surface, countless names had been carved. Some I knew, guides who had vanished over the years, men whose disappearances were whispered about in town, but never explained. Each name bled dark sap that dripped down the bark like tears. At the base of the tree was a space unmarked, raw wood waiting. A knife lay buried in the roots, its handle slick with resin. I knew, without being told, that the tree waited for me to carve my own name there, to join the others, to complete what had begun the moment we entered the mountains. I fled. When I returned to camp, the men were gone. Their rifles, packs, and tents remained, but not a trace of them lingered. Not a footprint, not a broken twig. Only new boards, hammered into the earth around the fire pit, each bearing their names alongside mine. The silence pressed down, thicker than before. I did not sleep that night. The woods crawled with shapes, faces in the dark, pale hands reaching between the trunks. They whispered, not just my name now, but commands as Stowai. Fa-kam-wam. Their voices slid into my ears like knives, cutting deep. At dawn, I found the trail again, or so I thought. The markers pointed me forward, and I obeyed, too tired to resist. My legs shook. My stomach clenched with hunger. I walked for hours until I realized the boards no longer bore only my name. They bore words strung together, forming sentences that curved across the wood. Obr yo uros. No ona alavis. I struck one of the boards with the butt of my rifle, splintering it. The forest groaned. Every tree around me shuddered, leaves raining down like ash. The sound was not of breaking wood, but of something alive, pained, angry. I dropped the rifle and ran until my breath tore my chest. When I stopped, the boards surrounded me again. But these were different. They did not bear my name. They bore my face, gouged crude and deep, the features twisted into mockery. Rows of them stared at me, hundreds of wooden masks nailed to trunks, their mouths open in silent screams. I tore through them, stumbling, clawing at the brush, until my clothes ripped and my hands blood. Still the faces followed, each step revealing more. Nailed higher and higher into the canopy, until the trees themselves seemed to grow my likeness in their bark. At last, as the sun bled into the horizon, I stumbled into another clearing. In its center stood a fire pit, still smoking, with boards arranged in a circle around it. My name covered everyone. In the ashes lay the knife I had seen at the great tree, its blade slick with fresh blood. And then I heard them. The voices of the men I had led, calling from the woods beyond. Not in fear, not in anger, but in a chorus, chanting my name in time with the wind. Their voices blended with the others, with all the guides whose names had been carved into the ancient bark, rising into one endless sound that filled the hollow until the sky itself seemed to shake. The boards shivered, the ground trembled, and from the darkness beneath the trees, shapes began to move. They stepped out of the trees slowly, as though the forest itself released them piece by piece. At first, I thought they were the men I had led, Richard and the others, faces pale, clothes torn, moving stiffly toward the clearing. But the closer they came, the less they resembled the men I knew. Their limbs bent wrong, too long in the arms, too narrow in the shoulders, as though stretched on some unseen rack. Their eyes were black hollows, their mouths half open, whispering my name with every breath. Behind them came more figures, dozens, then hundreds, slipping between the trunks like shadows poured into flesh. Some wore the faces of men I had never seen, yet whose names I recognized from whispers in town. Guides who had vanished years ago, hunters who had not returned, hikers who left behind nothing but vehicles and empty trailheads. Their faces were wrong too, sagging as though made of wax. But their voices were strong, each one a clear note in the chorus of my name. I backed toward the fire pit, stumbling over boards, my boots catching on wood that seemed to sprout from the ground itself. The knife lay at the center, gleaming wet. The shapes fanned into a circle around me, their whispers rising to a chant, and the trees leaned inward as if straining to listen. My name beat against me like a drum, hammering my skull, seeping into my bones until I could not remember what silence had ever felt like. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound only grew louder, blooming inside my head. The knife called to me in the gaps between voices. Its blade was slick, yes, but not with the blood of beasts. The smell was human, coppery and thick. I could taste it in the back of my throat. The ground shifted beneath me. Boards pushed up through the dirt, fresh and wet, their edges sharp as blades. They rose like teeth around the clearing, hemming me, in tighter, tighter, until the only space left was the circle at the pit's heart. My knees gave way, and I fell among the boards. The knife's handle pressed against my palm, as though it had been waiting for my grip all along. I tried to cast it away. My arm shook, but the blade clung to me, heavier with every heartbeat. Around me, the figures swayed in rhythm, their whispers growing jagged, guttural. They were no longer calling only my name. They were chanting words older, deeper, words that scraped against the edges of memory I could not reach. The sound pressed down like weight, crushing my chest until I could barely breathe. The tree at the center of the hollow, the great one, the monument of carved names, loomed in my vision though it stood miles behind. Its bark split open in my mind's eye, sap and blood spilling like rivers, and in the space left bare I saw the letters of my name glowing faint, unfinished. I understood then. The forest did not merely want me lost. It wanted me written, claimed. Folded into its endless litany of names, another voice in the chorus. Another face among the hollow-eyed throng. The chanting surged. The figures stepped closer, their mouths splitting too wide. Their faces stretching until they looked like bark peeled from trees, warped and curling. Their fingers reached for me, sharp at the tips, sap dripping like blood. I pressed the knife to the earth, to anything but my own flesh. The ground split where it touched, wood sprouting in thin, pale roots, curling upward to form more boards, each etched with my name before my eyes. The forest would not let me choose. My name had to be carved in me or not at all. I do not know what force held me back from pressing the blade against my skin. Perhaps cowardice. Perhaps stubbornness. Perhaps some faint flicker of will that refused to be swallowed whole. Whatever it was, I staggered to my feet and ran. The figures shrieked, their voices rising into howl that split the hollow. The trees writhed as I passed, branches clawing at my clothes, boards jutting up to slice my legs, faces carved in bark leering as I stumbled by. My own name pursued me, screamed from every direction, so loud it blurred into pure sound. My vision swam, the world tilted. But I ran, I do not know how long. Hours, days, it made no difference. Time bent in those woods the way the trails bent, circling back on themselves, never ending. At last, when my body was nearly broken, when my breath came ragged and my legs blowed from 100 cuts, I stumbled into sunlight. The trailhead lay before me, silent and empty. My truck stood waiting where I had left it. The men's vehicles were gone, though their packs, rifles, and tents had remained. I do not remember opening the door, do not remember turning the key. Only that I drove until the mountains shrank behind me, until the forest no longer filled the horizon. Yet I was not free. Even now, weeks later, the signs follow me. Not nailed to trees or planted along ridges, but appearing in other places. A street sign scratched with my name. A bathroom stall etched with those same letters. A desk at the diner where I drink my morning coffee. Its wood freshly carved. The grooves pale as though made minutes before I sat. No one else seems to notice. Or if they do, they will not speak of it. At night, when I close my eyes, I see the tree waiting still, the space bare at its base, raw wood aching for the blade. I hear the voices of the men I led, of Richard and the others, chanting my name in the dark. Sometimes, when sleep slips too deep, I wake to find a knife in my hand, its edge sticky, though I do not remember rising to fetch it. I fear that one day, I will wake to find the carving already done. The letters of my name gouged into my own skin, bleeding sap instead of blood. I fear I will hear my own voice among the chorus, calling from the woods I swore to leave behind. There are nights when I almost go back. The pull is stronger than hunger, stronger than thirst. The forest wants me, and I am not sure how long I can resist. The signs multiply. My name grows louder. The Ozarks are patient. They will wait until I carve myself into their story. Until I take my place among the others, another face in the trees, another whisper in the wind. When that day comes, if it has not already, remember this: the woods call us by name not because they know us, but because they own us. The moment you hear your name on the trail, turn back. Do not go deeper. Do not look at the signs. Do not follow where the boards lead. I did not turn back, and now, no matter how far I run, the Ozarks follow. My name is Kalista Wren, and I have spent much of my life guiding people into the Smoky Mountains. For years I made a living leading hunters, hikers, and curious travelers along trails that twist through ridges, hollows, and ravines where fog curls low to the ground and silence presses against the ears. I never believed the stories locals whispered in gas stations and diners about the Smokies taking people, about shadows that walked without their owners, about travelers who went in, but never came out the same. I thought the land was dangerous in a human way. Steep drops, sudden storms, black bears, and men who carried rifles without knowing how to use them. I thought fear was for those who did not know the woods. But I know better now. I came out alive when 3 others did not. Yet I was not alone when I stepped back into the sunlight. The forest gave me back something I had not carried in with me, and it has followed me every day since. 4 shadows stretched behind me, when I should have cast only one. I met the 3 strangers at the trailhead on a cool September morning. The air smelled of wet leaves and pine, the way it does after a night rain. The parking lot was nearly empty. Just a couple of old pickup trucks and 1 car without, of state plates. They stood together, but I could tell at once they did not know one another well. One was a tall man with a thin, sharp face and a stiff way of standing, as though he was always at attention. His name was Lucas. The second was a woman in her 40s with a calm expression, her dark hair tied back in a braid. She introduced herself as Dana. The last was a young man who kept his eyes low and his hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket. He said his name was Adrien, his voice quiet enough that I had to lean forward to catch it. They had signed up for one of my overnight treks, a guided trip deep into a stretch of the mountains where the trails grow faint and the ridgelines confuse, even those with strong sense of direction. I had guided enough groups to know when people fit together naturally and when they did not. This trio was uneasy around one another. They smiled politely, said little, and kept their distance. We started up the trail as the morning light broke through the canopy. I walked ahead, as guides do, keeping pace steady and scanning the path. The Smokies are never truly quiet. The wind stirs the leaves, birds call, insects hum. But that morning the sounds came in odd patterns. A woodpecker hammered, and then stopped so abruptly it seemed cut off mid-strike. The buzz of cicadas swelled all at once, and then died down as though smothered by a hand. I noticed it, but I did not say anything. People new to the woods grow unsettled quickly, and it is my job to keep them steady. Lucas asked questions about mileage and elevation, trying to gauge how far he could push himself. Dana asked about the plants along the trail, pointing out mushrooms and ferns. Adrien said almost nothing. He walked close behind me, his eyes darting to the trees whenever a branch cracked under weight. By midday we reached a ridge that looked down into a green valley. Fog clung thick there even though the sun was high. I paused to let them catch their breath. Lucas lit a cigarette, though I had asked in the pre-trip briefing that no one smoke. Dana pulled out a notebook, sketching the view. Adrien stood with his hands trembling slightly at his sides. I asked if he was all right. He nodded but did not meet my eyes. "It feels like someone's watching," he muttered. I wanted to tell him that many people feel that way their first day in the Smokies, that the sheer density of the trees tricks the mind into imagining eyes in every shadow. But before I spoke, I felt it too. The woods seemed to hush, and the weight of the silence pressed on us. The shadows of the trees did not lie quite where they should. Branches cast them in one direction, yet they leaned another, stretching longer than they had a right to. Dana must have seen it as well, for she closed her notebook quickly and said we should keep moving. We pressed deeper into the forest, where the trail narrowed and twisted among old growth. The trees rose high, their trunks broad and scarred with age. Some had faces burned into the bark from old lightning strikes, black smears like open mouths. Lucas walked close to me now, his questions fewer, his eyes sharper. Dana kept glancing behind us, as though making sure the trail remained there. Aaron whispered to himself at times. Though I could not hear the words, I told myself that this was no different from any other group, that the Smokies always play tricks on people, that isolation makes minds wander. Yet I felt something under my skin, an itch of awareness I could not shake. By late afternoon, we reached the place I had planned for camp, a flat stretch near a stream. The water ran clear, cold enough to sting fingers. We pitched tents and gathered wood. I showed them how to build a fire pit, how to stack logs so they burned slow. The air cooled as the sun dipped, shadows crawling long across the ground. I counted them without meaning to. 4 of us, 4 shadows stretching out, thin and sharp in the last light. It felt reassuring in a way, proof of our presence, proof that we belonged in this place. But as the night deepened, and the fire threw its glow, I noticed something that unsettled me. Our shadows flickered against the trees, but they did not always match our movements. When I lifted my hand, the shadow lagged, then jerked up late, as if remembering. When Aaron shifted, his shadow did not. Dana stopped moving altogether, watching the ground as though it would answer her questions. None of us spoke of it. We told stories instead, the kind strangers tell to fill the air, about jobs, families, places traveled. But beneath it all lay the hum of unease, the sense that something else sat at the edge of the circle of firelight, listening. When I rose in the night to check the fire, I saw them again. 4 shadows stretched across the ground, though Dana still lay zipped in her tent, though Lucas's breathing came steady, though Aaron's shape rose and fell. One shadow stood apart too long, its head cocked at an angle no human neck could hold. I blinked, and it blended back with the others, indistinguishable. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was a trick of firelight, that exhaustion bends the eyes. I added wood and sat awake until dawn, waiting for proof that it was nothing at all. Morning came, but with it came strangeness sharper than before. When Lucas unzipped his tent, his shadow spilled out first, sliding long across the grass before he stepped into the light. Dana did not emerge at all. I unzipped her tent myself and found it empty. Sleeping bag untouched, no footprints leading away. The 3 of us searched the stream and the trees nearby, calling her name. No answer came. Only echoes that sounded wrong, pitched deeper, too heavy for our voices. Aaron whispered, "She's still here?" And when I asked what he meant, he only shook his head. Lucas cursed, muttering about people wandering off. But I saw fear in his eyes when he glanced at the trees. We packed up quickly, unease driving us back onto the trail. As we hiked, I began to sense something behind us. The hair on my neck rose, and each time I looked back I thought. I glimpsed movement just at the edge of vision. Branches shifting, shadows leaning forward. Lucas's cigarette smoke curled behind us, but once I saw it bend sideways into the trees as though pulled by breath. Aaron stumbled often, his steps heavy, his face pale. He asked if we could turn back, but Lucas snapped that we needed to push forward. That daylight was wasting. The tension between them built, sharp as knives, until even I felt caught between their words. The Smokies swallowed the sound, muffled it, made it small. It seemed the forest wanted quiet, wanted stillness, and it pressed us into it. By evening, we found a small clearing. We built another fire, smaller this time, as though instinct told us not to draw too much attention. The woods pressed in, the darkness thick. Lucas muttered that we should keep the fire low, conserve wood. Adrien said nothing, only stared into the flames. When I looked at the shadows, I counted 3, and then a fourth slid in, longer than the others, stretching across the ground until it touched my boots. My breath caught. I closed my eyes and told myself I was tired. That firelight plays tricks. But when I opened them, the fourth shadow remained, lying there like something waiting to be let in. That night I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of Dana standing at the edge of the firelight. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, her mouth moving without sound. She lifted her hand and pointed at me. Behind her, trees leaned closer, their branches curving like arms. When I woke, my skin was cold with sweat. Lucas and Adrien still slept, but the fire was low, and beyond it, I swear I saw the faint outline of a figure fade into the dark. When morning broke again, a thin gray light spread through the clearing, and the fire had burned to ash. Lucas was already awake, pacing, running a hand over his stubbled jaw. Adrien sat with his knees pulled up, staring into nothing. I checked the perimeter out of habit, though I knew I would find no sign of Dana. No footprints, no torn fabric, no broken branches. Only silence and the sense of being watched. When I bent to gather my pack, I noticed our shadows lying faint in the pale light. 3 bodies, but 4 shapes stretched across the grass. None of us spoke of it. Perhaps each of us hoped the others had not seen. Perhaps silence felt safer. We packed and pressed deeper along the trail. The Smokies seem endless when you are lost in them. Trails twist, climb, and drop with no sense of destination. The trees grow so thick that the sun cannot find its way through, and time loses meaning. My compass needle spun when I checked it, circling slowly as though searching for a direction that did not exist. I told myself it was a faulty compass, old and magnetized wrong, but I had used it for years without issue. Lucas snapped that we were wasting time, and he stormed ahead. I did not argue. Sometimes letting a man feel in charge calms him. But I noticed the way his shadow moved at the edge of the trees. It bent where it should not, curved into the brush as though following something unseen. Adrien trailed behind us, whispering again. I caught fragments. She's here. They're waiting. Don't look too long. He startled when I asked what he meant, muttering apologies. I did not press him. I had begun to feel that speaking too plainly about what we saw made it stronger, as though words gave it power. By midday the air grew heavy. The woods smelled damp, though no rain had fallen. The silence deepened until even our footsteps seemed swallowed. Lucas tried to light another cigarette, but his lighter sputtered uselessly. I saw the frustration in his eyes. He wanted the smoke, the burn, the proof that fire still answered to him. We stopped to rest on a slope where moss crept thick up the trees. I leaned against a trunk, and the bark gave under my touch as though soft. I pulled back my hand to find dark stains on my palm, like sap, though it smelled of rust. Adrien whimpered and pointed at the ground. There were prints in the dirt, barefoot, pressed deep, leading nowhere. They began beneath the tree where Lucas sat, though he had not moved from his place. He cursed and kicked at them, but the prints remained. More appeared as we watched, one by one, as though invisible feet sank into the soil. We left quickly after that, walking fast, our eyes darting at every sound. The further we went, the more the woods twisted. Trails doubled back on themselves. Streams we had crossed once returned again as though circling us. Lucas insisted he knew the way. He barked orders at us, telling Aaron to move faster, telling me to keep up. His voice had grown harsh, brittle. I began to wonder if the Smokies were stripping us down, peeling away civility. Aaron stumbled more, and I often had to grab his arm to steady him. His skin felt cold even in the afternoon heat. Once, when he lifted his head, I saw his shadow behind him split for a moment, as if two shapes walked together. He noticed me staring and smiled faintly, but his lips trembled. "It's not me," he whispered. I could not bring myself to ask what he meant. That evening we reached another clearing. The air was thick with fog that clung low to the ground. I wanted to push on, to find higher ground, but Lucas dropped his pack and declared we were camping there. He was pale, sweat shining on his forehead, but his voice was steel. Aaron obeyed without question, and I did not fight him. We built a small fire. The fog glowed faint in its light, curling around us like smoke. I counted shadows again, though I told myself not to. 3 of us, 4 of them. One shadow leaned long, stretching beyond the ring of light into the trees. When Aaron shifted, his shadow twitched late, like a puppet catching up. Lucas pretended not to see, but I caught him glancing down again and again. His hand shook when he lifted his canteen. The water smelled faintly of metal, but we drank anyway. Hunger gnawed at us. We ate jerky, crackers, dried fruit, each bite tasteless, chewed in silence. When the fire dimmed, Lucas began to speak. His voice was tight, urgent. He told us about his brother, how he had vanished in these mountains years ago. No body, no trace, only a truck left at a trailhead. The Smokies keep what they want, he said, eyes fixed on the fire. I came here to see, to know. His face twisted, and for a moment he looked older, worn thin by grief. Aaron asked softly, "Do you think he's still here?" Lucas did not answer. He only stared at the flames until his shadow leaned so far across the ground that it touched Aaron's. Aaron jerked away, knocking over his canteen. Water spilled in the dirt and hissed like steam. I told myself it was nothing but heat, but the sound lingered too long. That night, sleep would not come. I lay in my tent, listening. At first it was only the usual forest noises, branches creaking, wind stirring leaves. But then I heard footsteps, slow, steady, circling the camp. I held my breath, waiting to hear Lucas shift or Aaron cry out. Neither did. The steps drew closer. I dared a glance through the fabric of my tent. 4 shadows stretched across the clearing, but one of them was moving, gliding around the fire. It stopped at my tent door. I saw the outline of a hand press against the fabric, fingers long and thin. I clutched my knife, though I knew steel would do nothing. The hand slid down the tent, leaving no mark, and moved on. I shut my eyes and did not open them until the sun touched the trees. When dawn came, Aaron was gone. His tent was zipped shut, his belongings neatly packed inside, but there was no sign of him. No footprints led away. No broken twigs. Only silence. Lucas cursed, throwing things, shouting Aaron's name. The echoes came back wrong, deeper than his voice, repeating not just once but many times, like a crowd answering him from unseen hills. I gripped his arm, told him we had to move. He yanked away, eyes wild. "It's you," he spat. "You brought us here. You knew." His voice cracked on the last word. I tried to reason with him, but I knew logic would not hold. The Smokies had him now, twisting him the way it had twisted Aaron, the way it had taken Dana. We walked on. The 2 of us, silence stretching like wire between us. The air grew colder. I saw my breath plume white, though the season was wrong for frost. Lucas muttered to himself, words I could not catch. Once he stopped suddenly and turned to me, his face pale, eyes hollow. "Do you hear them?" he asked. I listened. At first I heard only the creak of branches. Then I heard whispers. Faint, overlapping, like voices carried through stone. They spoke my name. Kalista. Kalista. I froze, every muscle locked. Lucas smiled then, a thin, broken smile. "They want you too." He stepped closer, his shadow stretching long, too long, until it merged with mine. I stumbled back, but the forest pressed close. The trees leaned, the path curled, and I knew there was no way out. When night fell, we did not make camp. Lucas refused to stop. He walked with long strides, pushing through brush, ignoring trails. I followed because I could not let him out of sight, not when he was the only human shape left near me. The forest had grown wrong. Trees leaned at angles that defied gravity, their branches forming arches above us like ribs. The moon rose, full and white, but the shadows it cast twisted, not matching our forms. Once I glanced down and saw that mine was not mine at all. It had too many fingers, too sharp a jaw. It turned its head, though I had not. I nearly cried out, but I swallowed it, knowing that sound fed them. Sometime past midnight, Lucas stopped. He stood in a clearing, chest heaving. "This is it," he said. His voice was hoarse, almost reverent. "This is where they took him." I saw nothing but trees and fog. But then the fog stirred, rising, shaping. A figure stepped forward, tall, shadow, thin, face featureless. Lucas dropped to his knees. "Brother?" he whispered. The shadow reached out. Its hand brushed his head like a blessing. Lucas sighed, and his body crumpled, empty. The shadow leaned down, slipping into him, and for a heartbeat his eyes shone black. Then he rose again, but he was not Lucas. His body moved stiff, jerky, a puppet with strings. He turned to me, and his shadow was wrong, too wide, stretching until it touched mine. "You shouldn't have come," he said in a voice that was not his. I ran. Branches tore at me, fog closed in. The forest bent itself to confuse me. I do not know how long I ran, only that when I collapsed at last, I lay in silence so deep it hurt. My breath rattled, and my shadow stretched beside me. But when I rose again, there were two shadows where only one should have been. When I woke, dawn burned weak through a ceiling of gray clouds. My body ached as though I had been beaten, my legs cramping from the run. For a moment I thought perhaps I had dreamed it all. The missing, the shadows, Lucas collapsing beneath that figure. But then I shifted, and I saw the ground beside me. Two shadows lay there, dark on the earth, though only one body sat in the grass. My stomach turned cold. I staggered to my feet, telling myself not to look down, not to count. But I looked anyway. Two shapes, one mine, the other leaning close as though it touched me. I stumbled forward, following what looked like a faint trail. The Smokies have a way of twisting paths, turning them back on themselves, but I prayed this one led out. My compass spun uselessly in my pocket. I kept moving, driven not by hope. Every time I glanced sideways, I caught flickers of motion, shadows sliding between the trees, figures that melted when I blinked. Once I heard Dana's voice calling my name, faint, pleading, though I knew she was gone. Then Aaron, whispering, "Don't look too long." My steps faltered, but I forced myself onward. If I listened, if I followed, I knew I would not leave. Hours bled together. My canteen emptied, my food dwindled, but I could not stop. The forest seemed to thin at last, light breaking through the canopy. I heard the distant rush of a road, a sound so human it made my eyes sting. I pushed harder, branches scratching my arms, lungs burning. At last I stumbled out onto gravel, a fire road cutting through the trees. Relief hit me so hard I dropped to my knees. I was out. I had made it. I was alive. But when I looked behind me, the relief drained. 4 shadows stretched long on the gravel, black against the pale morning. Mine and 3 others. Dana, Aaron, Lucas. They stood at my back, though no bodies followed me out. My breath came sharp, panicked. I turned in circles, but the shadows turned with me. Their heads cocked, their arms stretching. I ran, but they stayed with me, always 4, always touching. I found rangers by afternoon. My clothes were torn, my face hollow, but I stumbled into their outpost like a ghost. They asked what had happened, where the others were. My mouth opened, but no words came. How could I tell them that the Smokies had taken the bodies, but sent the shadows back with me? How could I explain that the people they sought were gone, in a way search parties would never find? They sent teams into the woods, dogs, helicopters. They found nothing. Not a tent, not a scrap of cloth, not a boot print. Nothing but silence and the endless trees. They questioned me for hours. Did we split up? Did they fall? Did I see anyone else? I said only what I could, that we entered together, and I came out alone. I left out the shadows. I left out the whispers. I left out the moment Lucas rose with black eyes and spoke in a voice that was not his. If I told them, they would call me mad. Maybe they would be right. But madness does not explain what followed. At night, when I try to sleep, I hear footsteps in my cabin. Slow, deliberate, circling. When I wake, I find long smears of dirt across the floor, like the drag of a bare foot. My lamps flicker, and in their glow I see shadows stretching on the walls. 4 shapes moving when only I shift. Once, in the mirror, I caught sight of Dana's face behind mine, her lips forming words I could not hear. Another time, I felt a hand brush my shoulder, though no one stood near. I stopped guiding treks after that. I told people I was done, that I needed rest. But the truth is, I cannot walk the trails anymore. The woods call to me. Sometimes when I drive past, the fog rolls low, and I swear I see figures standing just inside the tree line, watching. I speed away, but my chest tightens. I know one day I will have to go back, because the Smokies are not finished with me. They marked me. They followed me out. The worst part is this: the shadows grow restless. At first they stayed close, slipping along the walls, lying long across the floor. But now I see them at windows, leaning across the yard, stretching toward the road. Once, when I visited town, I caught sight of them on the sidewalk, 4 black shapes moving with me under the sun. People glanced, frowned, but said nothing. I wonder if they saw them too, if only for a second. And sometimes, God help me, I hear voices from those shadows. Dana pleading still, Aaron whispering warnings, Lucas's voice cracked with rage. They speak in fragments, but the words are enough. Stay. Don't turn. That's you. I cover my ears, but the sounds crawl under my skin. I know they want me back in those mountains. I know they wait. One night, not long ago, I woke to find my door wide open. The cool night air spilled in, fog rolling low across my floor. I rose, knife in hand, heart pounding. At the threshold stood 4 shadows, black against the silver moonlight. They did not move, only leaned forward, patient. I slammed the door and pressed my back to it. For hours I stood there, shaking, until dawn lit the windows. When I dared open it again, there was nothing. Only gravel, only trees, only the endless Smokies waiting in the distance. Now I write this because silence feels worse. Because if I do not speak, I fear the shadows will take my voice too, as they took everything else. Maybe you will think I am broken. Maybe you will believe I abandoned those 3 strangers to the woods. But I know what I carried out. I see it every morning when I walk outside and shadows stretch long before me. And I know one day, the forest will call me back. It does not let go. It does not forget. When it decides the time is right, I will walk into the Smokies again. Not because I want to, but because the shadows will lead me. And when I do, I know I will not come out at all. My name is Adrien, and I am 26 years old. I was raised in a small rural town where the wilderness always pressed close at the edges of our lives. The line between backyard and forest drawn only by a weathered fence or a gravel road. I work now as a freelance photographer, chasing assignments that rarely pay enough, but give me excuses to wander. When I was younger, I dreamed of seeing the world, of traveling to cities and countries my parents had only ever read about. Yet somehow, I always find myself pulled back into the forests. Perhaps it is habit, or perhaps it is because the woods have always spoken to me in ways I do not entirely understand. My friends joke that the trees remember me, that the trails bend for me. It is not a compliment I ever ask for. This is the story of one camping trip in the late summer, when the air hung damp and heavy and the nights stretched long enough for the mind to wander. I was alone, by choice, though I would regret that choice later. I had wanted to capture the forest in moonlight, to photograph the fog rolling between the trunks, and the way the canopy swallowed the stars. The region I chose was not far from home, only a 2-hour drive into one of the lesser-known state forests, where few people bothered to visit outside a hunting season. That was part of the appeal: solitude, the quiet only broken by insects and the occasional owl. I parked my truck at a gravel pool, off where the road ended and a narrow trail began. The trail was barely marked, just a faded wooden sign half-eaten by moss that read North Ridge. I carried a backpack heavy with gear, a small tent strapped to the bottom, and my camera swinging from its strap at my neck. The sun was lowering behind the trees when I started, shadows stretching across the ground like long, dark fingers. I hiked for nearly 3 miles before I chose a place to camp, a small clearing ringed by oaks and maples, with a fallen log that made for a natural bench. The forest there had a certain stillness that made me pause. It was the kind of quiet where even your own breath sounds like intrusion. I told myself it was perfect, that the silence would make for undisturbed night photography. I set up my tent quickly, gathered wood for a small fire, and brewed coffee in my metal cup. The forest smelled of damp soil, moss, and something faintly sweet I couldn't identify. As the sun bled out of the sky and the forest deepened into dark, I began to notice the trees more closely. One in particular stood near the edge of my clearing, thicker than the others, its bark dark and ridged like old scar tissue. The trunk swelled in strange bulges, and when the firelight flickered across it, I thought I saw shapes carved there, grooves and hollows that seemed almost deliberate. At first, I laughed at myself. Alone in the woods, the mind makes faces where there are none. Still, I could not help but stare. The bark seemed to split near the base into what looked uncannily like a gaping mouth. Above it, knots in the wood arranged themselves into the suggestion of eyes. The longer I looked, the less it seemed like coincidence. I remember whispering, "The tree has teeth." The words escaped me before I could stop them, and once said, they lingered in the clearing like smoke. I shook it off, or tried to. I cooked a simple meal, noodles and jerky boiled in water, and then took my camera out. I snapped photos of the clearing, the trees in silhouette, the rising moon breaking through the canopy. But every picture that included that one tree unsettled me. In the lens, its mouth appeared wider, its yes, deeper, as though the camera revealed what I couldn't fully see with the naked eye. By midnight, the fog had crept in. It pooled low around the trunks, twisting like pale fingers. I should have gone to sleep, but I stayed up, hoping for the perfect shot. I walked a little way from camp, not far, just enough to frame the moon between two maples. That was when I heard it. A low grinding sound, like wood splintering slowly under pressure. I turned, half expecting to see a branch fall, but nothing moved. The forest looked the same, though the sound had been unmistakable. Back at camp, I noticed something wrong. My fire had burned low, but the air smelled acrid, like rotten meat left too long in the sun. And the tree, the one with teeth, looked different. I swear to you, its mouth had widened. Bark curled outward like cracked lips. Deep inside the hollow, the darkness looked too deep, like it went further than it should. I convinced myself it was imagination, fear feeding on itself. I stoked the fire, crawled into my tent, and zipped it shut. For a while, I lay awake listening to the forest. Crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves, an owl hooting in the distance. Nothing unusual. Yet the smell persisted, faint but nauseating. At some point I slept. What woke me was not sound, but silence. The kind of silence where even the insects had hushed. My watch said 3:12 a.m. I lay still, every nerve alert. Then I heard it breathing. Not my own, not the soft rush inside the tent, but heavy, damp breaths just beyond the thin fabric wall. The sound came from the direction of that tree. I held my breath, every muscle rigid. The breathing continued, slow and deliberate, until I thought my chest would burst from holding still. Then it stopped. I waited, counting the seconds in my head. 10, 20, 30. Nothing. Finally, I dared to exhale. But then something scraped along the outside of the tent. A dragging sound, like nails or claws against the nylon. It moved low to the ground, circling once, then stopped at the side where my head lay. I could see the faint bulge of movement through the fabric. My heart slammed so hard I thought it would burst. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. It is hard to measure time when fear distorts everything. Eventually, the scraping stopped. The smell grew stronger, though. Thick and cloying, like blood and decay mingled with wet bark. I pressed my face into my sleeping bag, trying not to gag. Somehow I slept again, though it was restless and shallow. When dawn came, I crawled out of the tent, my body stiff with dread. The clearing looked ordinary. The fire a pile of ash, the fog burning away. Birds sang as though nothing had happened. For a moment, I convinced myself I had dreamed it all. But the tree was different. The mouth had widened further, bark peeled back into jagged ridges. Inside, where only shadow should have been, I saw white shapes protruding. Not fungus, not stone teeth. Pale, sharp, uneven, but teeth all the same. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. The smell clung to the air even in daylight. I raised my camera with trembling hands and snapped a photo. When I looked through the lens, the tree seemed to pulse. Its teeth glistened wetly. I lowered the camera, and it looked ordinary again, just bark and shadow. I wanted to leave right then. Every instinct screamed at me to pack up and run. But stubbornness, or maybe curiosity, held me in place. I told myself I had imagined it, that I was overtired, that the camera played tricks in the dim light. I even convinced myself I would stay another night, because I had come for photographs, and leaving so soon felt like defeat. That was my mistake. The forest does not forgive arrogance, and the tree with teeth had already noticed me. I should have left that morning. I knew it then, and I know it now. Every muscle in my body urged me to tear down the tent, to throw everything into my pack, and follow the trail back to the truck before the sun climbed any higher. But I lingered. Fear twisted with pride, and pride won. I brewed coffee over the ashes of the fire, forcing the bitter liquid down, though my stomach rebelled against it. The tree loomed at the edge of my vision, no matter where I turned. Its teeth glinted when the light shifted, as though wet with dew. I told myself they were just jagged bits of pale bark, but the explanation slid off me like water off stone. The truth had already taken root. I carried my camera into the forest, thinking distance would clear my head. The trail was thin and uneven, winding between thickets where spiderwebs clung to my arms. The woods felt heavier than before, each tree leaning close, their trunks crowded like bodies pressing in. No matter how far I walked, I thought I could smell that same sickly sweetness, the smell of rot mixed with sap. By noon, I gave up wandering. The forest was restless. Branches creaked in a wind that didn't exist. Every so often I heard faint knocking sounds, like someone rapping their knuckles against wood. Sometimes it came from the right, sometimes the left, and once directly behind me when I knew no one was there. I returned to camp, shaken but trying to act normal. I cooked again, snapped more photos. When I framed the tree in my lens, the teeth were clearer. Too clear. The picture showed them in neat rows, some sharp, some blunt, like a predator's mouth apt to grinding and tearing alike. Worse still, the tree's eyes, those knots in the wood, seemed deeper, pupils dilated. When I lowered the camera, the tree's face blurred back into suggestion, but the image burned into my mind. By evening, the fog returned. It curled around my ankles as I walked. Thin at first, then dense enough that I could barely see my tent from the fire. The sound came back too. The low grinding, the splitting of wood. This time it didn't echo through the forest. It came directly from that tree. I sat by the fire, trying to convince myself to pack up even in the dark. My hand rested on my backpack strap more than once, but I hesitated, telling myself I could endure one more night. I had camped countless times before, weathered storms and wild animals. What was one tree? I tried not to watch it, but the firelight drew my eyes. The teeth seemed wider now. The bark peeled so far back it resembled gums. I could see threads of something pink deeper inside, glistening wetly. And every so often, the teeth shifted, a subtle clenching like a jaw testing itself. I nearly vomited. Still, I stayed. Around midnight, I heard it again, the breathing. Heavier than before, rattling wet. It came not from one direction, but everywhere, as if the trees themselves exhaled in unison. My tent rattled with each gust, though no wind stirred. I shut my eyes, telling myself I could sleep through it. But then came the voices. At first just a murmur, like people whispering far away. Then clearer, rising and falling with a strange cadence, neither language nor song. The voices circled my clearing, threading between the trunks. I held my breath, every nerve screaming. My camera lay beside me inside the tent, but I didn't dare move. The whispers grew closer. Words began to take shape, fragments I could almost understand. My name. They said my name. Over and over, soft as leaves brushing together. Adrien, Adrien, Adrien. I bit my lip until it bled, convinced that if I acknowledged them, they would come closer. The smell grew unbearable, meat, blood, sap, and decay. My eyes watered. I buried my face in my sleeping bag, choking on the stench. And then, suddenly, silence. I counted in my head, forcing myself not to peek. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. Then something pressed against the tent wall. Not claws this time. A shape. A round bulge, firm and heavy, shoving the fabric inward until it almost brushed my cheek. I could see its outline in the faint moonlight, a jaw. Teeth pressing through. I scrambled backward, muffling a scream. The bulge retreated. The fabric sprang back. My heart slammed so violently I thought it would tear free. The whispers resumed, farther now, retreating into the forest. I sat awake until dawn, shaking, too afraid to close my eyes. When light finally came, I staggered outside. The clearing looked untouched, the air clear, birds chirping again. But the tree, God, the tree. Its teeth were no longer hints or shapes. They were there, real, undeniable. Yellowed at the roots, sharp at the edges, glistening as though wet with saliva. The bark had peeled so far back it formed a permanent grin. And on the ground before it lay something that turned my blood to icy bones. Small, cracked, half buried in the soil. Not animal bones. Human. I dropped to my knees and retched until nothing came out. At that moment, the urge to leave finally overpowered pride. I tore down my tent with shaking hands, stuffed everything into my pack without care, and turned down the trail. My camera swung against my chest, heavy as a stone, but the forest wasn't finished with me. Every step down the trail, I felt the trees shift. Their shadows lengthened unnaturally, twisting toward me. The knocking sounds followed, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. Once, a tree beside the trail shuddered as if something moved inside it. Half a mile from camp, I dared to look back. The fog had thickened again, swallowing the clearing. And through it, just barely visible, the tree with teeth leaned forward, as though it had torn its roots from the ground. Its grin stretched wider, following me. I ran. Branches clawed at my arms, roots grabbed at my ankles. My pack slammed against my spine. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs nearly collapsed. Finally, the gravel of the pull-off appeared ahead. My truck sat waiting, sunlight glinting off its windshield. I scrambled inside, slammed the door, and locked it. My chest heaved, sweat soaking my shirt. For long minutes I just sat, staring into the tree line. The forest loomed still and quiet, as though nothing had happened. At last, I started the engine. The sound of it was salvation. I pressed the gas, gravel crunching as I tore down the road. Only when miles separated me from that place did I allow myself to breathe fully. I told myself I would never go back, that some things were better left unseen. But the camera sat heavy beside me, whispering its own temptation. I hadn't checked the photos since the second night. I should have destroyed them, erased them before curiosity could take hold. But I didn't. Back home, days later, I finally connected the camera to my laptop. My hands trembled as the images loaded. At first, they looked as I remembered. Trees in shadow, fog swirling, the clearing bathed in moonlight. Then came the photos of the tree. And that was when my breath stopped. The teeth were clearer than ever. In one image, the mouth stretched wider than the frame, filled with rows upon rows. In another, I saw eyes, dozens of them, embedded deep in the bark, all staring directly at me. And in the final photo, one I didn't remember taking, the tree wasn't rooted at all. It stood in the center of the clearing, towering over my tent. Its grin stretched wide enough to split its trunk in half, teeth gleaming. In the corner of that photo, almost out of frame, was me, asleep inside the tent. I slammed the laptop shut and shoved it across the room, bile rising in my throat. The room felt smaller, the walls closer. For the first time in my life, I was afraid of the dark inside my own home. That night, I dreamed of the forest. Fog rolled across my bedroom floor. Branches scraped against the windows, though no trees stood near my house. And in the corner of the room, half hidden in shadow, a grin gleamed pale and sharp. I woke screaming, drenched in sweat. It has been 2 weeks since the trip. I haven't gone back, though part of me feels the pull every night. The photos remain on my laptop, untouched but impossible to delete. Sometimes, when I pass by, I hear faint knocking sounds, as though someone tapping gently on the keys. I know the tree remembers me. I know it waits. And deep down, I know it will not wait forever. Sleep has become an enemy. Each night I close my eyes, I find myself back in that clearing, standing before the tree that grins wider than the sky itself. Some nights it whispers my name in that low, rustling cadence, leaves brushing syllables into my ears. Other nights it only stares, its teeth stretching longer, sharper, until they blot out everything else. But last night was different. Last night, the dream became something else. I was back in my bed, staring at the ceiling. Except the ceiling wasn't plaster, it was bark. Knotted, scarred, dark. The room smelled of moss and iron, the air thick as a swamp. When I turned my head, the walls pulsed like living wood. Teeth protruded from the corners, glistening with saliva. I tried to move, but roots bound my arms and legs, digging into my skin until warm blood seeped. And then, above me, the tree bent low. Its mouth opened wider than physics should allow, wider than anything should exist. Inside were rows upon rows of teeth, stretching into infinity. Between them, shadows wreathed like tongues. The tree whispered, not in words but in hunger. When I woke, my sheets were damp with blood. Thin scratches ran across my forearms, parallel and shallow, like claws or roots had raked them. That was when I knew I wasn't done with it. That leaving the forest had not freed me. The tree had followed. For days, I tried to ignore it. I kept the laptop closed, shoved it under my bed. I stayed out of the house as much as possible, walking the streets until exhaustion forced me home. But the knocking followed. Always faint, always just at the edge of hearing. Sometimes it came from the walls, sometimes from the pipes, sometimes from the very air. Knock. Knock. The smell followed too. That sickly, sweet rot seeped into my kitchen, my bathroom, even my clothes. I washed everything, scrubbed the walls, threw out food, but nothing helped. The stench lingered, a reminder that the forest had claimed me. It was on the 7th night when I broke. The knocking grew louder, sharper, until I couldn't stand it. I dragged the laptop out, fingers trembling as I opened it. The screen flickered to life, and the photos waited. The first dozen were the same as before. Trees in shadow, fog rolling. But then new ones appeared. Images I had not taken. In one, I sat at my kitchen table, head bowed, hands clutching my hair. Behind me, in the corner of the room, the grin shone pale. In another, I lay asleep on the couch, the camera placed inches from my face. My mouth was slack, eyes closed, and just behind me, sprouting from the wall, teeth gleamed. I scrolled faster, heart racing. Dozens of images, each worse than the last. My bathroom mirror fogged with steam, but in the condensation, teeth pressed outward. My bedroom door ajar, shadows spilling through the crack with the gleam of enamel. And the final photo, the one that made me slam the laptop shut and hurl it across the room, me staring directly into the lens. Eyes wide, mouth open in a scream. Behind me, the tree loomed, its mouth swallowing half the frame. I don't remember posing for it. I don't remember the scream, but the photo exists. After that, the knocking stopped. For one night, I slept soundly. I thought maybe acknowledging it had broken whatever grip it had. But in the morning, when I stumbled into the kitchen, I found bark on the floor. Small fragments, dark and wet, scattered like breadcrumbs leading to the back door. When I opened the door, the yard was empty, but the grass bent in long, heavy grooves, as though something massive had dragged itself across. I knew then it was coming closer. That evening, I packed. I threw clothes, food, water, and my camera into a bag. I didn't know where I was going, only that I couldn't stay. I drove for hours, aimless, until the gas gauge dipped low. I pulled into a rest stop off the highway, parked beneath a flickering streetlight, and sat trembling with exhaustion. When I closed my eyes, I smelled it, sweet rot. I opened them, and there it was. Not the tree, not fully, but the outline of it in the shadows at the edge of the lot. Tall, swollen, teeth gleaming faintly like ivory. I blinked, and it was gone. Only dark trees swaying in the night wind. I didn't sleep. For days I moved from place to place. Motels, rest stops, friends' couches. It didn't matter. Every night, the tree found me. Sometimes only in dreams, sometimes in reflections. Once, in the bathroom mirror of a cheap motel, I saw teeth pushing through the glass. I smashed it with my fist, blood spraying, but when I looked again, the teeth were gone. I tried to tell someone. I called an old friend, voice shaking, tried to explain. He listened for a while before laughing nervously, asking what I was on. I hung up before I screamed at him. How do you explain that a tree has followed you, that it grins from every shadow, that it wants to swallow you whole? No one would believe me, so I write this instead. Maybe someone will find these words when I'm gone. Maybe it will serve as warning, because I know the end is near. Last night I returned home. I don't know why. Perhaps because running was pointless. Perhaps because the tree wants me to come back willingly. When I pulled into the driveway, the house was dark. The yard smelled of rot. Inside, the air was heavy, oppressive. The knocking resumed, louder than ever. Knock. Knock. I followed it into the living room. The laptop sat on the coffee table, screen glowing though I hadn't touched it in weeks. Another photo filled the screen. This one showed the clearing. The tree stood tall, its teeth gleaming, its grin wider than ever, and in front of it was me, kneeling, head tilted back, my throat bared. The photo was dated tomorrow. I don't remember sitting down, don't remember falling asleep. But when I woke, bark fragments covered the floor around me, and roots pressed through the cracks in the walls. Now I hear it outside, not whispers this time, not breathing, a voice. It calls my name, clear and strong, no longer a rustle of leaves but a deep, guttural hunger. Adrien. I look through the window, and I see it at the edge of the yard. Taller than the house, its grin stretching wider than I can comprehend. teeth sharp as knives, wet with anticipation. Roots spread beneath it, curling like fingers digging toward the foundation. I don't have long. I should run. I should fight. But I know the truth. There is nowhere to run. No way to fight. The tree with teeth has claimed me. Perhaps it always had. Even as I write this, the walls groan. Roots push through the drywall, dripping sap and blood. The smell fills my lungs until I choke. The grin peers through the window, wider. Wider still. If you find this, know this: the forest is alive in ways we cannot understand. And some trees are not meant to be seen. If you camp alone, if you wander too deep, do not stare too long at the shapes in the bark. Do not whisper the words aloud. Because once you speak them, once you say the tree has teeth, it will hear you. And it will come. I can hear it inside now. The floorboards buckle. The ceiling splits. The grin stretches over me, blotting out the light. I don't think I'll finish this sentence. My name is Adrien Hale, and I have spent the better part of 2 decades walking the trails that twist through the great national parks of this country. I have worked as a guide, a search and rescue volunteer, and at times a reluctant historian of the things that go wrong when people step too deep into the wilderness. I have heard the term vanishing point used by mathematicians and painters. But for me, it has always described the moment when a hiker rounds a bend, disappears from sight, and simply never comes back. The mountains are not gentle. They keep secrets, and sometimes they keep people. When I was younger, I thought the job of search and rescue was about strength and endurance, the ability to calm ridgelines and riverbeds for clues. But I learned quickly that it was more about silence and patience. Listening to the woods breathe. Feeling where the air shifted in ways it should not. My first search was for a boy of 13 who strayed from his scout troop in Shenandoah. We found his backpack, still zipped, leaning against a boulder 2 miles from camp. The boy was never recovered. That was the beginning of my education. Over the years, I collected more stories than I cared to hold. People vanish for ordinary reasons. Bad weather, a slip on a wet slope, a twisted ankle that leaves them stranded. But then there are the disappearances that seem to move in patterns stranger than chance. Sometimes gear is left neatly arranged, as if someone undressed for sleep. Sometimes search dogs follow a scent up to a certain point only for it to end abruptly, like the person had stepped into thin air. And sometimes, as in one case I still dream about, the missing person seems to leave behind something that suggests they walked willingly into the dark. It was the summer of 2012, when I was called to assist in the Great Smoky Mountains. The park had swallowed its share of souls, but this case had details that made it stand out. A young woman named Clara Wells had been camping with 2 friends along Deep Creek. They were seasoned hikers, comfortable in the woods, and their trip had been planned for weeks. According to her companions, Clara woke in the night and unzipped the tent. One of them stirred and asked where she was going. Clara replied, in a calm and even voice, "They're calling for me." She walked into the trees barefoot. By the time her friends scrambled out with flashlights, she was gone. The next morning, rangers and volunteers, myself included, began the search. We combed the rhododendron thickets, followed the creek down toward the confluence, and sent teams upslope where the terrain became brutal. Nothing. Not a footprint. Not a scrap of fabric, not a thread of hair. For 4 days the search continued. Dogs whined and pulled in wide arcs, circling back to the campsite again and again as if tethered to it. On the 5th day, one of the volunteers spotted something half buried in the mud at the edge of the creek. It was a tooth, small and white, unmistakably human. Dental records later confirmed it belonged to Clara. No other remains were ever found. I wish I could tell you that was the only time such a detail crossed my path. But in 2015, in Glacier National Park, I helped track a missing hunter named Robert Kane. He had gone out alone against the advice of his partners. They reported hearing him fire once, then twice more, followed by silence. When he did not return by nightfall, the call went out. We found his rifle propped neatly against a fallen tree. 5 yards away in the moss lay his boots. They were unlaced, as though removed deliberately. The ground was soft, yet there were no prints leading away from them. We circled the area until our maps blurred from the rain, but we never found him. In time, I began to notice that certain disappearances carried echoes of each other. Clara's words, "They're calling for me," reminded me of a much older account I'd read in an incident log from the 1970s. A man camping in Yosemite had reportedly told his partner he needed to follow the singing. He walked into the night and was never recovered. The log was thin, almost dismissive, but when I read it after Clara's case, the language jumped off the page. Who sings out in the dark of Yosemite Valley? Who calls barefoot hikers into the Smokies? The pattern unsettled me so deeply that I began keeping my own records. Not just the official notes, but impressions, overheard comments, and the odd coincidences that seemed to slip between the lines. I wrote down how often missing persons were last seen near water, how many times witnesses described them as calm or even smiling before they disappeared, how frequently items of clothing or gear were found arranged in ways that made no sense. By 2017, my notebooks were filled with these accounts, and though I told myself they were only curiosities, the weight of them began to press on me. I lived with the uneasy sense that the mountains were not just landscapes but participants, that there was something in them. Call it hunger, call it memory, that reached for those who wandered too deep. I never spoke this aloud on searches. People wanted answers, not speculation. But in quiet conversations with other seasoned rescuers, I found nods, averted eyes, the occasional story too strange for public reports. One such story came from a man named Lewis Grant, a ranger who had worked Yellowstone for 3 decades. He told me of a disappearance in the late 1990s, a young couple who had hiked out past Fairy Falls. The man returned to the trailhead alone, clothes torn, shaking, unable to speak for hours. When he did, he insisted that his partner had melted into the trees. His description was fragmented, but he claimed the trees had shifted, closing around her as she screamed, and then there was silence. No trace of her was ever found. Officially, the case was listed as cause undetermined. When you hear enough of these stories, you stop laughing at words like vanishing point. You begin to think of the forest as a labyrinth, not just of paths and ridges, but of choices, places where reality seems thinner, where one wrong step is not a slip but a passage. And once someone passes through, they do not return in the shape they left. The case that changed me the most, though, was personal. In 2019, my cousin Daniel disappeared while hiking in the Rockies. He was not inexperienced. He had grown up on the same trails I had, knew the rhythms of weather and the warnings of the wind. He had gone with a small group, climbing toward a ridge below Long's Peak. The others reported he was cheerful, joking, until they stopped for lunch. He set down his pack, walked a short distance to relieve himself, and never returned. The search for Daniel lasted 12 days. I was there every one of them, scouring slopes, calling his name until my throat was raw. We found his pack exactly where they said he left it. We found his water bottle, still half full. But no tracks, no broken branches, no scent for the dogs to follow. It was as if the mountain had folded around him. I did not sleep much during that search. One night, exhausted, I lay in my tent and thought I heard someone call my name outside. The voice was familiar. I rose, opened the flap, and shone my light. Nothing but the sweep of snow against the pines. But the voice still echoed in my head, close enough to raise the hair on my neck. In the morning, when I asked another rescuer if he had heard anything, he shook his head and said the wind in those canyons could sound like words if you were tired enough. I nodded, but I knew what I had heard. Daniel's body was never recovered. My family held a memorial without remains. Even now, years later, I feel the pull of that absence, not just of him, but of explanation. And perhaps that is why I keep telling these stories, because silence breeds its own terror. If you ask the official agencies, they will tell you that most disappearances have explanations. A fall, a predator, hypothermia, disorientation. And that is true, often enough. But I have walked the slopes where footprints end, in the middle of open ground. I have stood beside rivers that give up nothing, not even to divers. I have carried out boots with no feet in them, shirts folded as if by unseen hands. I have heard my own name in places where no one should have known it. The truth is that the mountains are not empty. They hold what we bring into them: our fear, our curiosity, our arrogance. And sometimes they answer. People vanish not only because they are careless, but because something there is waiting, listening. That is what I believe, though belief does not soften the grief. When I speak of these things, I do not expect anyone to understand. But if you have ever camped alone in a deep valley, if you have ever felt the silence grow too heavy, you may have brushed against the edge of it. The wilderness is not just backdrop, it is participant. And those of us who have seen its hungers up close carry the stories like scars. I carry them still. And this is why, when people ask me why I continue to hike, why I still answer the call for searches, even after my cousin was lost, I can only say that to turn away would be worse. The mountains have taken enough from me. I refuse to let them take the truth as well. After Daniel's disappearance, I told myself I would step back, that I would stop answering calls for searches. For months I avoided my gear closet entirely, unable to even look at the boots and packs waiting there. But absence has its own gravity. When the next call came, a young boy gone missing in Olympic National Park, I went anyway. I told my family it was obligation, but the truth was that I needed to be there. The mountains had taken from me, and I could not bear the idea of them taking from others without a fight. Olympic is a strange place, older than its maps suggest. The forests are soaked with rain, moss hanging like curtains, air heavy with the scent of cedar, and salt drifting in from the coast. The boy's name was Ethan. He was 7 years old, out with his parents on a day hike near the Hoh Rain Forest. One moment he was ahead on the trail, just 20 yards, bright raincoat flashing through the ferns. The next, he was gone. His parents described it as if he had been erased mid-step. No cry, no rustle, no warning. Searches with children are the hardest. You imagine the fear, the helplessness. We spread out in wide lines, calling his name over and over until our voices seemed to dissolve into the dripping canopy. Hours stretched into days. At night I lay in a damp tent, the constant drizzle whispering against the nylon, and thought of Clara Wells, of Robert Kane, of Daniel. The same unease settled over me, that sense of something watching with quiet patience. On the fourth day, one of the teams found Ethan's raincoat. It was folded carefully on a stump, dry despite the rain. Beneath it, a single shoe, but no footprints in the mud around it, no indication of where he might have gone. Dogs were brought in again, circling, whining, leading handlers in strange loops that ended exactly where they began. The handlers looked shaken, muttering about confused trails and overlapping scents. That night I dreamed of voices, not one, but many, layered over each other, whispering my name from all directions. When I woke, my hands were trembling. I told myself it was stress, but I could not shake the conviction that I had heard children among those voices, laughing and crying at once. Ethan was never found. His family left shattered, their faces hollow. The official report listed, presumed lost to elements. But everyone who was there knew there was nothing ordinary about it. I wrote down every detail in my notebook: the folded coat, the single shoe, the looping dogs. It fit the pattern. In the months that followed, I became obsessed. I began reaching out to rangers in other states, requesting old reports, digging through archives. I discovered more cases that had never reached the news: a woman in Zion who vanished after telling her husband she heard bells in the canyon, a hunter in Denali whose final radio call was the sound of laughter that was not his own, a pair of climbers in Yosemite found at their base camp. Tents zipped from the inside, but no bodies within. The more I collected, the heavier the weight grew. My notebooks filled with pages that looked more like grim folklore than official records. Sometimes I felt as though I was piecing together a language written by the wilderness itself, a grammar of disappearances. Then came the case in 2021 that nearly broke me. It was in Rocky Mountain National Park, not far from where Daniel had vanished. A group of college students were backpacking along the Continental Divide Trail. One of them, a young woman named Marissa, was lagging behind the group when she screamed. The others turned, sprinted back, and found her pack on the trail, contents spilled as if dropped in haste. But Marissa was gone. The students were hysterical when rangers arrived. They insisted they had seen shadows moving against the slope, shapes taller than any human, drifting just beyond the tree line. One boy said he heard Marissa calling his name from the woods, but when he ran toward the sound, he found nothing but silence. I joined the search on the second day. The landscape was cruel. Jagged rocks, sudden drops, the air thin and sharp in the lungs. We moved methodically, marking grids, but my mind kept slipping back to Daniel. Every rock, every hollow tree seemed to whisper his name. On the third night, while camped near the ridge, I woke to movement outside my tent. At first I thought it was another rescuer, but the silhouette was wrong, too thin. I froze, breath caught. The figure did not move like a man. It glided, elongated, pausing as though sniffing the air. I wanted to call out, but my throat closed. After a long moment it turned, dissolved into the dark. When I gathered the courage to unzip the tent, there was nothing there. The next morning I did not tell the others. What good would it do? They already looked exhausted, haunted by the fruitless search. By day 6, the operation scaled down. Marissa's case, like Daniel's, like so many others, was closed without closure. Afterward, I considered quitting for good. The faces of the families, the endless silence of the mountains, it was too much. But then I realized that if I stopped, all those stories would vanish too, buried in forgotten reports. Someone had to carry them to keep their echoes alive. So I kept going, though it felt more like compulsion than choice. I began to notice something else. The missing were not random. Many were last seen near thresholds, river crossings, narrow passes, the edges of cliffs, the mouths of caves. Places of transition, where one space bleeds into another. It was as if those points were thinner somehow, easier to step through, and easier to be pulled. One winter evening, I received a call from Lewis Grant, the old Yellowstone ranger who had told me about the couple at Fairy Falls. His voice was strained. He said another disappearance had happened, one that reminded him of the past. A man had gone missing near the same falls. His wife claimed he had walked straight into the spray and never emerged. Rescuers searched every inch of the area. Nothing, not even a footprint. Lewis asked me if I believed in patterns. I told him I did. He was quiet for a long time before saying, "Then you know it's not the mountains we're searching. It's something older." Those words stuck with me. Something older. In the spring of 2022, I took a personal trip into Shenandoah. I told myself it was for solitude, to clear my mind, but in truth I was chasing ghosts. I camped near Hawksbill, high enough that the valleys stretched like seas of green below. At night, the wind slipped through the trees with I could almost understand. I sat by the fire, notebook open, and felt an ache like homesickness for something I could not name. On the second night, I woke to the sound of footsteps circling my tent. Slow, deliberate, too heavy to be dear. I held my breath listening. The steps stopped at my door. A pause, then the faint sound of fabric brushing against fabric, like hands on canvas. I did not move. Eventually the sound receded, fading into the trees. In the morning, I stepped outside and found a single handprint pressed into the dirt. Larger than mine, fingers splayed unnaturally wide. My first instinct was to photograph it, but when I raised my phone, the print seemed to blur, as if the earth itself was swallowing it back. Within minutes it was gone. I left Shenandoah the next day. Some might call it fear. I call it respect. Still, I cannot stop. I carry the notebooks with me everywhere, heavy with names and fragments. When I flip through them, the pages whisper like leaves in a storm. Sometimes I wonder if I am documenting the truth, or feeding the thing itself, giving it weight by recording its work. But if silence is what it wants, then I will not give it that satisfaction. What unsettles me most is that I have begun to feel its attention, not just in the woods, but in quiet suburban streets, in grocery store aisles, in the silence before sleep. It is as though the wilderness is not confined to mountains and forests. It stretches, seeps, follows. I will be walking across a parking lot, and suddenly the air will feel heavy, as if the trees are closer than they should be. And always, I hear my name. Sometimes I think about Daniel, about Clara, about Ethan. I imagine them walking through some other place, still alive but changed, listening to the same whispers I hear. And sometimes I fear that is exactly what awaits me, that all my searching has been a slow circling toward my own vanishing point. The idea of a vanishing point is not just a phrase to me anymore. It is a place I feel approaching, step by step. as if every story I've collected draws me closer. I used to think my role was to fight against it, to search, to rescue, to pull people back before the mountains could claim them. Now I am not so sure. Lately, I wonder if I am being led. The summer after Shenandoah, I was invited to speak at a small gathering of rangers and volunteers in Colorado. It was an informal thing. A few dozen people sitting in a lodge with coffee and notebooks, trading stories. Most of what was shared was practical. New search techniques, GPS mapping strategies, first aid updates. But when the evening stretched long and the fire burned low, the tone shifted. People began sharing the stories that never made it to the reports. One ranger described finding a hiker in Yosemite standing motionless in the middle of a meadow at dawn, eyes wide, mouth moving silently. When they approached, the hiker bolted, sprinting into the woods so quickly they lost him within minutes. He was never seen again. Another rescuer spoke of hearing his own voice, calling from behind him while searching in Denali. When he turned, there was no one there. When my turn came, I hesitated. My notebooks were with me, heavy in my pack. I opened one and read aloud the words Clara had spoken before she vanished. They're calling for me. The room grew still. A woman near the back nodded, tears in her eyes, and whispered that her brother had said something nearly identical before disappearing near Mount Rainier years ago. He said he could hear them. She told us, like children playing in the trees. That night I lay awake in the bunkhouse, listening to the wind claw at the windows. The air felt charged, as though the stories themselves had summoned something into the room with us. I realized then that by speaking them aloud, we were not just comparing notes. We were feeding the pattern. We were keeping it alive. Not long after that, I received a message from Lewis Grant again. His voice was weaker now, threaded with age and illness, but urgent. He told me there had been another disappearance at Fairy Falls. He said he was too old to respond, that his knees could no longer carry him over rough ground. It should be you, he said. You're the one who keeps the record. If you want answers, that's where they'll be. I did not hesitate. Within a week I was in Yellowstone, the roar of the falls shaking the air, spray cold against my face. The missing man this time was a solo hiker named Anthony. He had been seen walking toward the falls by another group, but he never came back down the trail. His power was still in the lot. His pack was never found. I camped nearby, against regulations, determined to stay until I felt what had taken so many others. At night, the falls were a thunder in the dark, the ground trembling with their power. The first evening passed without incident, though I dreamed of shadows gliding just beyond the spray. On the second night, I woke to a sound that froze my blood. It was Daniel's voice, clear, close, calling my name. I stumbled from the tent, flashlight shaking in my hand. The beam cut through mist and branches, but the voice kept circling, now behind me, now ahead, now overlapping itself. Adrien, it whispered, this way. I followed without thinking. The trail wound toward the falls, stones slick beneath my boots. The voice grew louder, layered now with others. Clara, Ethan, Marissa, names etched in my notebooks. They called together, weaving my name into their chorus. The air thickened with spray. The falls loomed, white and furious, a curtain of water swallowing the night. I stopped at the edge, light trembling against the torrent. The voices surged from behind the veil, pleading, coaxing, promising. And for a moment, I felt the pull so strongly I nearly stepped forward. But something held me back. Not courage, not reason, but a memory, the look on Ethan's mother's face, hollow with grief. The sound of my aunt crying at Daniel's memorial. If I stepped through, I would become one more story, one more name whispered into the trees. My notebooks would remain behind, but no one to carry them. I staggered back, heart hammering. The voices thinned, fading into the roar of the falls. For hours I sat in the dark, soaked and shaking, until dawn scraped across the horizon. When I left Yellowstone, I knew I could not keep pretending I was only a rescuer. The truth is that I am part of this now. The mountains have marked me, perhaps from the first search all those years ago. The voices know my name. They know where I walk. In the months since the line between wilderness and ordinary life has blurred further, I hear footsteps behind me on city sidewalks, though no one is there. I wake to find my notebooks open. Pages turn to names I have not read in years. Sometimes in the corner of a mirror I see faces watching me. Familiar, yet not. Still, I write. I record every detail, every whisper, because I believe the record itself may be the only defense we have. If the mountains are a labyrinth, then the stories are our map. Incomplete, yes, and terrifying, but better than blindness. There are nights I think of returning to Yellowstone, of stepping fully through the spray to see what lies beyond. Maybe Daniel is there, waiting. Maybe all of them are. But then I think of those who remain, families who deserve truth, however fractured, and I stay. One last story. This past spring, I was hiking alone in Glacier, not for a search, but for myself. Snow lingered in the valleys, the air sharp with ice melt. As I crested a ridge, I saw something impossible. Ahead of me, not 50 yards away, stood Daniel. He looked exactly as he had the day he vanished. Same jacket, same hair, same easy grin. He raised a hand in greeting. I froze, throat dry. "Daniel," I whispered. He smiled wider, but his eyes were wrong. Too dark, too deep. He beckoned once, then turned and walked into the trees. I followed a few steps before stopping. My hands shook. My breath steamed in the cold air. I knew then it was not Daniel. Or not only him. It was the mountains, wearing his face. I stood there for a long time, staring into the shadows where he had gone. Then I turned back, every muscle screaming with the effort. When I looked over my shoulder, the clearing was empty. That night, I wrote down every detail. I keep the page folded separately. A warning to myself. Because the mountains will always use what we love to lure us. They know our weaknesses better than we do. And maybe that is the final truth I have learned. The disappearances are not random. They are chosen. Each person is called in the way they cannot resist. Bells, songs, voices of the lost, faces of the dead. The wilderness finds what will draw you closer, and once you step near enough, it does not let go. I do not know how long I can resist. Perhaps one day the pull will be too strong, and I will follow. If that happens, maybe someone else will find my notebooks. Maybe they will carry the record forward, adding to it, keeping the pattern alive for others to see. Until then, I walk the trails. I answer the calls, I write the names. Because silence is worse. Silence is surrender. And I will not give the mountains that victory, not yet. So if you ever hike these parks, if you ever step into the deep woods and hear your name whispered, remember this: not every call is yours to answer. Not every voice is a friend. And if you feel the pull, resist. Walk back. Do not give the wilderness what it wants. I have seen what waits on the other side of the vanishing point, and it is not a place you return from. My name is Adrien, and I must admit that recounting this story brings back more than memories. It drags with it the chill of a night I never escaped from. I am 28 years old, a teacher by profession, though in truth I often feel like a wanderer disguised as an educator. For years, camping trips had been my reprieve from the monotony of classrooms and fluorescent lights. I would go out into the wilderness, carrying only what I needed, convinced that the forest and the firelight would sharpen me, purify me in some way. I had always trusted the woods, until the night they revealed something far darker than I had ever imagined. I should have recognized the warning signs. The way the air seemed too still, the way shadows clung to the tree trunks like old stains. Yet arrogance and familiarity blinded me, and I stepped willingly into the trap that summer night. It began innocently enough. I had gathered 3 friends, Ethan, Mara, and Callum, for a camping trip near the Appalachian foothills. The place had been my idea, a clearing tucked between ridges where the stars usually looked close enough to touch. Ethan, tall and broad, was the sort who thought danger was just another flavor of fun. Mara was quieter, often skeptical of the things Ethan dragged her into, though her curiosity usually won out. Callum, the youngest among us, was eager, almost desperate, to prove himself. I thought of myself as their guide, the steady hand, the one who knew how to read the woods. That arrogance would cost me more than I could afford. We hiked in as the sun dipped low, the air humid, cicadas buzzing like wires straining to hold something heavy. By the time we reached the clearing, the sky was burning red at the edges. We set up camp quickly, 2 tents arranged around a fire pit I had built years ago on another trip. The stones were still there, blackened with old ash, as though waiting for us. I remember feeling an odd sort of comfort at the sight, as if the forest remembered me. I mistook that for welcome. Ethan gathered wood while Mara laid out the food. Callum followed me as I checked the perimeter. I had adopted after too many unsettling encounters with raccoons and bears. But there was nothing, no broken branches, no paw prints, no smell of musk or rot. Just silence, and a silence that stretched too long, as though even the insects held their breath. I shrugged it off, returning to the fire pit, where flames were already licking upward. The night thickened quickly, the forest swallowing light until only the fire defined the space around us. We cooked, we laughed, we told stories that seemed half-hearted compared to the darkness pressing in. It was Ethan who first noticed something strange. He tossed a bone into the woods, grinning at the hollow crack it made against a tree, but the sound that came back was not the expected scatter of branches. It was the same sound, the same pitch and rhythm, returned perfectly as if something invisible had mirrored his action. "That's not an echo," Mara whispered. Her face was pale in the firelight. Ethan laughed it off, though his voice carried a false brightness. "Just a deer moving around out there. Sound bounces weird in valleys." But I knew better. I had camped here before, and sound never behaved like that. The forest did not mimic. It swallowed. Still, I said nothing, not wanting to ignite fear so early in the night. As the hours wore on, the fire burned lower, and shadows grew longer. I felt watched, a prickling at the back of my neck that would not fade. Every time I turned, the trees seemed closer, as if the clearing itself was shrinking. Mara noticed it too. "Does it feel different?" she asked softly, her eyes never leaving the tree line. "What do you mean?" Callum asked, though his voice trembled. "Like we're not supposed to be here," she said. I laughed then, though it sounded hollow even to me. That's the point of camping, isn't it? To go where you don't belong for a while. But the words rang false. Deep down, I felt something had shifted, something unseen but undeniable. Around midnight, Ethan insisted we tell ghost stories. It seemed foolish, almost mocking, but none of us refused. He launched into a tale about a hunter who vanished in these very hills, leaving only his boots behind. Callum added one about strange lights seen above the ridges. Mara spoke of voices that lured hikers deeper until they starved. When it was my turn, I hesitated. I thought of the mimic sound from earlier, the way the trees pressed close. I opened my mouth, and for reasons I cannot explain, I said, "The scariest story is the one happening right now." They laughed, but not for long, because almost immediately something answered. From the tree line, in a voice too close to mine, came the words, "The scariest story is the one happening right now." Perfectly repeated. The cadence, the tone, mine but not mine. My blood turned cold. The fire hissed as if recoiling. Callum swore, jumping to his feet. Mara gasped, covering her mouth. Ethan grabbed a stick from the fire, brandishing it toward the trees. "Who's out there?" he shouted, though bravado could not hide the fear in his voice. No answer came. Only silence, heavy and suffocating. Then, after what felt like an eternity, laughter. Not loud, not echoing. Just a low chuckle carrying through the trees, moving from one side of the clearing to the other. Too fast for any person to manage. We froze. The laughter circled us, threading between trunks, never revealing its source. Then it stopped. Abrupt and final. The forest seemed to lean in closer. I forced myself to speak. "It's just someone messing with us. Maybe another group camping nearby." But I did not believe it. Not for a second. The fire sputtered, dimming though there was still wood to burn. The shadows deepened. Mara clutched her knees, rocking slightly. Callum muttered to himself, as if repeating some silent prayer. Ethan stood rigid, eyes scanning the trees, every muscle taut. I felt responsible, but I had no answers, no guidance. My own knowledge of the woods had betrayed me. Then came the whistling. A simple tune, high and clear, carrying through the trees. It started faint, grew louder, closer. And it was a tune I recognized, though I could not place it. It made my stomach lurch with familiarity, as if it belonged to some forgotten memory. The whistle moved in circles, much like the laughter, but this time slower, deliberate. It wanted us to hear. "Pack up," I whispered. "No." Ethan turned to me, anger flickering in his eyes. "We're not running from some creep with a whistle." But I shook my head. "That's not a person." The words silenced him. Deep down, he knew I was right. We scrambled to gather our things, fumbling in the half-light. The fire seemed to resist, its embers flaring bright, casting grotesque shadows on our faces. Just as I bent to collapse my tent, the whistling stopped. Silence fell once more, oppressive, absolute. Then came the sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, circling just beyond the light. Leaves crunched, twigs snapped. Too slow for an animal, too heavy for a man. Callum whimpered, clutching his pack to his chest. Mara's lips moved silently, prayers spilling without sound. Ethan held the firebrand high, but I could see his hand shaking. The footsteps stopped. Then, from the darkness, my own voice called out, "Adrien, come here." My heart stuttered. It wasn't just the mimicry. It was the tone, intimate, coaxing, like an old friend calling me home. "Don't move," I whispered to the others. But Callum, trembling and pale, took a step toward the sound. "Callum, no." I hissed, but he moved as though in a trance. The darkness shifted. I swear I saw it. A shape, taller than a man, its edges wrong. As if the shadows refused to hold still. Callum froze halfway to the tree line, and the shape seemed to lean toward him. Then the whistling resumed. Louder now, almost shrill. Callum clutched his ears and dropped to his knees, screaming. We rushed to him, dragging him back by sheer force, and as we did, the laughter returned. Low, satisfied, retreating into the woods. We huddled together by the dying fire, too afraid to move, too terrified to speak. The forest was no longer just trees and soil at night. It was alive, aware, watching us with eyes we could not see. I knew then we would not leave unchanged, if we left at all. The fire collapsed into embers, and the clearing sank into darkness. That was when the forest began to speak again. Not with laughter, not with whistles, but with the voices of each of us, calling out from the trees, one by one. And in the chorus of our own stolen voices, I realized the night had only just begun. The first time I heard my voice from the tree line, I thought I might lose my mind. It wasn't just mimicry, it was exact. The inflection, the cadence, even the half-strained rasp I got when fear tightened my throat. And then came Mara's voice, floating out from the blackness with an edge of mockery. "Don't move," it said, repeating what she had whispered earlier, except slower, stretched like someone savoring the taste of her words. Callum whimpered, clutching his knees. He hadn't stopped trembling since we pulled him back. Ethan tried to appear strong, standing tall with the firebrand still in his hand. But his knuckles were white, and the flames danced, across sweat glistening on his forehead. Mara pressed against me, whispering so low I could barely hear. "It's us. It's taking us." I didn't answer, because she was right. The thing, or things, out there weren't trying to frighten us randomly. They were stealing us piece by piece, voice first, maybe more later. I had no idea what it wanted. But I was suddenly certain that staying by the fire would only let it take its time. "We need to move," I said finally. "Now, quietly." Ethan snapped his head toward me, eyes sharp. "Move where?" "Out there with it." I forced myself to stay calm. The fire's not helping. If anything, it's feeding it. Look. We all turned to the pit. The fire hadn't died naturally. The wood was barely consumed, yet the flames had sunk into coals, strangled. It was as if the darkness itself was swallowing the light, smothering it. That was when Mara broke. "Please, Adrien," she begged, voice cracking. "Get us out." So I packed what I could in silence, shoving things into my bag, not caring about order. Mara followed suit, frantic. Callum wouldn't stop shaking long enough to zip his tent, so Ethan yanked him upright, stuffing gear into his own pack with fury more than reason. The voices didn't stop. They grew bolder, overlapping in a sick symphony. My voice calling Ethan, Mara's voice coaxing Callum, Ethan's voice laughing, Callum's voice sobbing. It was like standing in the middle of a crowd made entirely of ourselves, except none of them belonged to us. We left the fire behind, pushing into the woods. The air felt thicker beneath the trees, like walking through water. My head throbbed with each step, as though something pressed down on me from above. The night wasn't natural. Even the stars were gone, swallowed by a sky that should have been open above the ridges. We tried to keep a straight line, heading toward where I thought the trail lay. But the forest had shifted. Landmarks I knew, an old lightning-struck pine, a boulder split like a broken tooth, were gone. In their place were unfamiliar paths and trees that leaned at wrong angles. I knew the woods well, and these weren't them. Ethan cursed under his breath, half-dragging Callum, who stumbled as if drunk. Mara clutched my arm so tightly I lost circulation in my hand. Every few minutes, one of us would hear our name, whispered just over our shoulder. The worst was when it called in Callum's mother's voice. He froze, eyes wide, whispering, "She's here." We had to yank him forward before he bolted into the blackness. Hours might have passed, or minutes. Time was broken. My watch ticked irregularly, its second hand jerking forward, then back. The forest played with us, mocking even the measurement of night. When exhaustion began to slow us, we found a hollow where the ground dipped. It wasn't safety, but it was less exposed than the open ridges. We collapsed there, backs pressed together in a rough circle. No one wanted to close their eyes. The voices had quieted, but I knew they hadn't gone. They were waiting. Mara spoke first. "Adrien, what do you think it is?" I hesitated. I wanted to give a rational answer. A predator, a person, anything. But the truth clawed its way out. Something older than us. Something that doesn't want us here. Ethan snorted, but it lacked force. "That's not an answer." "It's the only one we've got," I said. Then came the whistling again. Slow, deliberate, winding its way between the trees. But this time, it wasn't one tune. It was four, each of us whistling differently, interwoven like threads. A song built from us for us. Mara covered her ears. "Stop, stop, stop." Callum curled into himself, rocking. Ethan stood, raising his stick. "I swear to God, if it's someone." But his words cut off, because something stepped into the hollow. It was tall, too tall, its head brushing branches 15 feet above. Its body was thin, wrong, as if someone had stretched a shadow into flesh. I couldn't see details, only outlines, shoulders too sharp, arms too long, and its face, God, its face, was blank like bark smoothed over by centuries of weather. Yet the voices poured from it, every stolen syllable spilling from a mouth it didn't have. Mara screamed. Callum sobbed. Ethan froze. I did the only thing I could. I threw my pack at it. The bag struck the figure, but instead of bouncing off, it seemed to sink slightly, like hitting wet soil. The shape tilted its head in a slow, almost curious movement. Then, in my exact voice, it said, "Adrien, you can't leave." We ran. Branches lashed our faces, roots clawed our ankles. Callum stumbled repeatedly, nearly dragging us down. The forest wasn't just a maze now. It fought us, branches closing like ribs, stones shifting underfoot. The thing didn't follow quickly. It didn't have to. Its voice chased us, filling every direction, calling, coaxing, mocking. We burst into another clearing, smaller this time, with a dead oak in the center. Its limbs were broken, jutting like bones from a corpse. Mara collapsed, gasping. Ethan shoved Callum down beside her. I scanned the tree line, but there was nothing. Only silence again. Then we saw the carvings. The dead oak's trunk was scarred with names, hundreds of them etched deep. Some were recent, others so old they'd grown over, letters warped. I stepped closer, my skin prickling. At the very bottom, freshly cut, were ours. Adrien, Mara, Callum. My knees nearly gave out. It's already written us. Mara shook her head violently. No, that's impossible. We just got here. But Ethan pointed with a trembling hand. Then who carved them? No one answered. That was when Callum started to laugh. It was sudden, high, manic. We all turned to him. His eyes were wide, pupils blown, and his lips twisted into a smile that wasn't his. "It's fine," he said in a voice too calm. "We're supposed to be here." I grabbed his shoulders, shaking him. "Snap out of it." "Callum," he just kept smiling. "You don't understand. It's been waiting. And now we're part of it." Mara slapped him, hard. The sound cracked through the clearing. Callum blinked, dazed, but the smile lingered. I knew then we were losing him. The air shifted, pressure mounting like a storm about to break. The forest hushed, even the leaves stilling. Then, from every direction at once, our voices roared back. Not whispers, not taunts, but full, throated calls, dozens layered, demanding. Ethan grabbed my arm. "We have to run. Now. But where?" There was no trail, no stars, no direction. Only woods that bent and shifted. And behind us, carved into that oak, our names waited like a promise. The ground trembled. Mara screamed. Callum began to walk toward the tree. And I realized with a sinking dread that leaving might not be possible anymore. The forest had taken our voices, our names, and maybe, if we let it, the rest of us would follow. Callum's footsteps toward the oak were slow, deliberate, like sleepwalking. Each step sounded too heavy, as though the earth itself welcomed him. I rushed forward and grabbed him by the arm. But the moment I touched him, a shock of cold shot up through my hand, as if his blood had turned to ice. He didn't fight me. He simply looked at me, eyes too wide, too bright, and whispered, "It's calling." Mara screamed at me to pull him back. Ethan rushed to my side, and together we dragged Callum away from the tree. He kicked once, feebly, then went limp, his smile flickering like a dying light. We laid him down on the ground, and Mara shook him, desperate. He muttered under his breath, words I couldn't catch, but I recognized their rhythm. They weren't his words at all. They belonged to the voices in the forest. The ground shuddered again, a low rumble, almost like a growl. The names on the oak seemed to shimmer in the moonless dark, our fresh letters glowing faintly as though lit from within. My throat tightened with terror when I saw new carvings appear beneath them. Dates. The very night we were living. "This place is eating us alive," I said, my voice trembling. Ethan spat on the ground. "Then we burn it. Burn that thing down." It was reckless. It was foolish. But in that moment, it was the only choice that made sense. The dead oak was the heart, the anchor of whatever nightmare we'd walked into. If we destroyed it, maybe we could sever whatever held us here. We scrambled for anything that would burn. Ethan tore strips from his pack, doused them in lighter fluid from a camping stove. Mara fed twigs and leaves into the pile. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the lighter, but when the flame finally caught, a surge of desperate hope surged through me. We hurled the burning cloth at the oak. It caught immediately, flames racing up the trunk, climbing those carved names. For a heartbeat, triumph sparked in my chest. The fire roared, crackling, devouring. The names glowed brighter, then began to blacken. And then the screaming began. Not from the woods, not from the voices. From the tree itself. The oak wailed in hundreds of overlapping tones. High and low, childlike and ancient. My ears rang, blood rushed from my head. Mara clutched her ears, collapsing. Ethan staggered, but he held his ground, staring at the blaze with wide eyes. Callum, still on the ground, convulsed violently, his body thrashing in rhythm with the fire's crackling. The smoke didn't rise. It sank, pooling low, crawling across the clearing toward us. It coiled around our legs, searing cold despite the heat of the flames. Every breath I took tasted wrong, bitter and metallic, like blood turned to ash. And then, through the smoke, shapes began to form. Dozens of figures emerged, tall and gaunt, their bodies bent at impossible angles, limbs too long, faces blank as the one we had seen before. They circled the clearing, silent except for the hiss of their movement. The firelight painted them in grotesque color, flickering shadows that made them seem to ripple like reflections in broken glass. Mara screamed, grabbing my arm. "We have to go. Adrien, please." But there was nowhere to go. The forest pressed tight on every side, and the figures moved closer, hemming us in. Ethan, wild-eyed, brandished his firebrand, swinging it in a wide arc. "Stay back! You hear me? Stay!" One of the shapes lunged, faster than I thought possible. Ethan swung the torch, connecting, and for a second the figure lit up like paper, flames racing across its frame. But it didn't fall. It didn't scream. It simply stood there, burning, faceless head tilted as though studying him. Then, in Ethan's own voice, it said, "Stay back," echoing his words with perfect mimicry. Ethan faltered, his confidence shattering. He swung again, desperate. But the firebrand sputtered out, nothing left to burn. The figure stepped closer, and Ethan stumbled back, colliding with Mara. The oak shrieked again, its trunk splitting with a thunderous crack. A limb fell, narrowly missing Callum. He screamed awake, his eyes clearer now, but filled with terror. "It won't let us go," he cried. "It doesn't end." The fire was spreading, racing through the clearing. But instead of pushing the creatures back, it only seemed to give them strength. More shapes slid from the smoke, more voices joined the chorus. Every word we had spoken that night came back, repeated, twisted, multiplied. Mara clutched my face, her eyes wild. "Adrien, listen to me. If it's taken our names, we can't stay. We have to leave them behind. Do you understand? Leave everything. Even ourselves." I wanted to tell her I didn't understand, but I did. The carvings, the mimicry, the way it claimed us piece by piece. It wasn't just killing us. It was collecting us. To survive, we couldn't let it finish. I grabbed Callum by the arm, yanking him to his feet. "Run. Don't look back. Don't answer it. Just run." Ethan hesitated, staring at the burning figures. "Where?" "There's nowhere left." "There has to be." I shouted, though I wasn't sure. We plunged into the trees, stumbling blind through smoke and shadow. Branches tore at us, roots clawed our ankles, but we didn't stop. Behind us, the voices screamed, overlapping in a tide of sound. My name, Mara's name, Ethan's name, Callum's name, over and over until they blended into something monstrous. The forest twisted around us, paths looping, trees repeating. I began to think Mara was right, that leaving wasn't possible. But then, ahead, I saw a faint light. Pale, cold, not firelight but moonlight. It spilled through the trees like a promise. "Go," I screamed. We broke through the tree line into an open ridge. The moon hung above us, silver and huge, and for the first time all night I could see the sky. The stars were back, glittering sharp. The air tasted clean, free of smoke. For a moment, I thought we were safe. Then I heard my own voice behind me, whisper Adrien. "Don't look back." I froze. Every instinct screamed at me to obey. But some part of me knew that voice wasn't mine. It wanted me to keep running, to never see what followed. And I couldn't let it take that final piece. I turned. At the edge of the trees stood the figure, the tall one, faceless, its body flickering with remnants of fire. Behind it, dozens more crowded the tree line, their blank faces turned upward. And on the burning oak in the distance, glowing through the smoke, I saw our names still carved, unburned, untouched. The fire hadn't destroyed them. It had sealed them. Mara grabbed my arm, yanking me forward. "Don't look," she cried, pulling me back toward the ridge. Ethan and Callum were already scrambling down the slope, desperate to put distance between themselves and the clearing. I let her drag me. I didn't resist, but as we fled down the ridge, the voices followed, carrying through the night air, growing softer but never fading. They weren't trapped to that place. They had us now, and distance meant nothing. We didn't stop running until dawn broke. By then, our bodies were torn with cuts, our throats raw from gasping. We collapsed in a ditch near a dirt road, too exhausted to speak. Sometime in the morning, a ranger found us. We mumbled half-truths about getting lost, about smoke, about panic. He didn't believe us, but he didn't press. He drove us out. It's been weeks since then. Ethan barely talks. Mara wakes up screaming. Callum hasn't left his house, convinced the voices are still whispering outside his window. And me. I can't look in a mirror anymore. Because sometimes, when I do, my reflection doesn't quite move with me. Its lips twitch, its head tilts, and I hear it whisper my name. The forest took something that night. Maybe our voices, maybe our names, maybe more. And summer's not over. I fear when the next dark night comes, the calling will begin again. And this time, I don't think I'll be able to run. My name is Nathaniel Cross, and I have served as a park ranger for over 15 years. In those years, I have walked more miles of backcountry than most people would ever dream of. Slept under skies so clear they made me feel like I was staring into the very veins of the universe, and faced storms that seemed bent on tearing the earth apart. My duty, as I understood it, was simple: protect the land, protect the people who visit it, and respect whatever forces rule the places where maps fade into contour lines and warnings, become more than just words printed on a sign. That sounds simple enough when written in a job description, but in practice, it is something very different. There are things in these forests and mountains, and no training course, no manual, no government protocol has ever prepared me for. On paper, I patrol trails, respond to emergencies, educate visitors, and maintain the park's rules. But off paper, on those long, isolated nights in fire towers, or when I hike into deep ravines where cell service dies and only the wind has a voice, I find myself shouldering something much heavier. I have seen missing hikers vanish into air, so still that even their last footprints seem to hesitate before continuing. I have heard voices calling my name from lakes where no one swam, and I have found carved warnings on trees that were not there the day before. What I will share now is not polished folklore, not campfire tales shaped for cheap fright. They are my accounts, remembered with precision. As a man who tried to do his duty and found himself at the edge of things he did not understand. It was in the summer of my 7th year in service when the first story took its true shape. The assignment was straightforward: a 2-night patrol loop through a remote stretch of the Blue Ridge, a region of the park notorious for its steep switchbacks, fast, moving fogs, and trails that can disorient even experienced hikers. My partner on this patrol was a younger ranger named Elliot Hart. Elliot was fresh out of training, all bright-eyed enthusiasm, full of stories about wildlife biology, and eager to prove himself. I was tasked with showing him the ropes, but more than that, I was supposed to teach him how to listen to the forest. Not just observe it, not just follow procedure, but listen. We set off in the early morning, carrying standard packs, radio, maps, first aid, extra food, spare batteries. The first day was uneventful in the way that often lulls you into forgetting danger exists at all. The sun was warm, the trails clear, the few hikers we encountered cheerful and polite. We spent the night at a backcountry shelter, one of those 3-sided wooden lean-tos with a fire pit out front. Elliot talked late into the evening, his voice rising and falling with youthful energy. He spoke of tracking bobcats, of reading scat for signs of bears, of the difference between barred owls and great horned owls. I mostly listened, half amused, half grateful for the company. That night, however, I awoke to something I could not easily dismiss. The fire had long gone out, and the forest had taken on that strange stillness that presses on the eardrums. There was no wind, no chirp of insects, no distant cry of owls. Just silence, deep and unnatural. Then, faintly, I heard footsteps. They were deliberate, slow, and they circled the perimeter of the shelter. Elliot stirred, but did not wake. I held still, every muscle tensed, and listened as the steps drew closer to the open front of the lean-to. In the dim light of the moon, I could see nothing, only the black outline of the forest. The steps stopped. Ranger Cross. The voice was soft, low, and it came from no direction I could identify. It was not Elliot's voice, though for a fleeting second, I wished it had been. My mouth went dry, and I forced myself not to move. After several moments, the silence resumed, heavier than before. I stayed awake until dawn, never once hearing the steps retreat. The next morning, Elliot rose with the casual energy of someone who had slept well. I did not tell him what I heard. I told myself it might have been imagination, the product of half sleep and too many long nights on patrol. Still, I marked it in my logbook, the way I always did with unusual occurrences. A ranger's duty includes record keeping, and sometimes that record becomes the only proof something ever happened. On the second day, we pressed deeper into the backcountry, where the trails narrowed and the canopy above dimmed the sunlight into a perpetual twilight. Around midday, we found something I could not dismiss as imagination. A tree had fallen across the trail, freshly broken, its roots still dripping soil. Carved into the trunk, as if by a blade dragged with careful precision, were words, TRNBCK, RANGRCRS. Elliot stared at it in shock, then laughed nervously, asking if some prankster had hiked ahead of us. I wanted to believe that. I wanted to believe that some camper with too much time and a cruel sense of humor had left the message. But the letters were clean, sharp, free of weathering, as if cut within the last few hours. I examined the ground and found no extra footprints, no disturbed soil. Just the message, waiting for me. I considered ending the patrol early, but procedure required we continue. I told Elliot we'd press on but stay alert. I could see the unease creeping into his face, the way he kept glancing behind us as we hiked. By dusk, we reached the designated campsite, a small clearing near a stream. We set up our tents, cooked a modest meal, and tried to act as though nothing was wrong. Elliot spoke less that evening, his earlier enthusiasm dimmed. It was deep into the night when the second event unfolded. I awoke to hear Elliot whispering outside my tent. At first I thought he was talking in his sleep, but when I unzipped the flap, I saw him standing at the tree line, his back stiff, his voice low. "Elliot," I hissed. "Who are you talking to?" He turned, and his face was pale in the moonlight. "You didn't hear them. They were calling me. Sounded like you." The blood in my veins ran cold. "Get back in the tent." We sat awake together until dawn, neither of us speaking much. When the sun finally rose, I decided the patrol was over. We hiked out in tense silence, both of us glancing at every shadow, listening for every creak of branches. The forest felt wrong, as though it were holding its breath. When we reached the ranger station, I filed the report as protocol required. The response was predictable. No signs of foul play, no other complaints from visitors, no physical evidence to support concern. I was told to chalk it up to fatigue, to the suggestibility of night in the wilderness. Elliot never mentioned it again, but he asked to be reassigned from backcountry patrol within a month. That was the first of many nights when the forest seemed to know my name, when warnings carved into wood or whispered in silence seemed to push me away. Each incident added to a ledger I keep, not on official forms, but in the corners of my memory. A ledger that weighs heavier with each passing year. You can call them true scary stories from park rangers, if you like. To me, they are not stories, they are reminders. The forest remembers us, and sometimes it calls back. And sometimes the worst mistake a ranger can make is to answer. The weeks that followed my patrol with Elliot seemed uneventful on the surface, but the unease lingered. I would walk the familiar paths, check the same trailheads, speak to the same groups of hikers, yet behind the routine, I felt that silence waiting for me. It was as though the forest had decided to recognize me, and once it did, it would not forget. I told myself not to dwell on it. Rangers talk. We exchange stories over coffee at the tail end of long shifts during training seminars. Most of the tales are mundane: close calls with bears, lost tourists found shivering but alive, storms that rolled in faster than expected. But every now and then, one of us lets slip something different, something that doesn't fit. I began to notice that when these moments came, the others avoided my eyes, as though we were all guarding the same secret without ever admitting it. It was late September when the next event drew me back into that secret. The leaves had begun to turn, setting the ridges ablaze with red and gold, but the beauty of the season always came with heavier crowds. That meant more rescues, more calls, more patrols stretched late into the night. One evening, just after dusk, a call came in from a family reporting that their teenage son had not returned from a day hike along the Ironwood Trail. He had gone ahead, they said, promising to meet them back a parking lot before sunset. By nightfall, there was no sign of him. I was assigned to the search with two other rangers, Marisol Vega and Tom Keene. Both seasoned, both steady. We carried headlamps, radios, and the usual supplies. The Ironwood Trail was not especially treacherous, moderate terrain, well marked, but it cut through dense stands of oak and pine where a person could vanish quickly. The air was already cooling, and the parents warned us their son was lightly dressed. Time mattered. We fanned out, calling his name. The forest swallowed our voices, reducing them to thin echoes. I listened carefully for any response, a cry, a rustle, something. After an hour, Marisol's voice crackled over the radio. "I've got something," she said. "You'll want to see this." We regrouped at her position, where she shone her beam onto a tree just off the trail. Carved deep into the bark were the words, Dio naut follow du? The letters were crude, jagged, cut with desperation rather than patience. Tom muttered a curse. Think the kid did this? He asked. Marisol shook her head. Too deep. And why carve that if you're lost? I felt a weight settle into my gut. The message was fresh. The shavings at the base of the trunk were pale, not yet darkened by air. I checked the ground. The soil showed only a single set of prints, small, likely the boys'. They led deeper into the woods, away from the trail. We argued briefly. Protocol said to follow. The prints were our only lead, but the words on the tree sat heavy in my mind. Do not follow. Who was the warning meant for? Him. Or us. In the end, duty won. We followed. The trail of prints wound erratically, veering off into undergrowth, circling trees, at times doubling back on itself. It was as if the boy had been running without purpose, or worse, being herded. The forest grew darker as we moved, the canopy closing overhead. Our lamps painted narrow tunnels of light, but beyond them lay only blackness. After nearly 2 hours, the prints ended in a clearing. At the center stood an old fire ring, stones blackened from long ago use. But there were no recent ashes, no signs of warmth. The prince stopped abruptly at the ring's edge, as if the boy had vanished into the circle. We fanned out, searching for continuation, but there was nothing. The soil was untouched beyond that point. Marisol swore under her breath. This doesn't make sense. Tom crouched, brushing his hand over the ground. It's like he disappeared. I stared at the fire ring, my chest tight. Then I saw it. On one of the stones, barely visible in the lamplight, were scratches. Not letters this time. Claw marks, curved and parallel, too deep for any small animal. They pointed inward, toward the center of the circle. We stayed longer than we should have, calling, sweeping the area, marking coordinates. But there was no trace of the boy. Eventually, protocol forced us back. We returned to the trail in silence. The official report listed the boy as missing, presumed lost in the wilderness. The search expanded over the next days, drawing in volunteers, dogs, even helicopters. Nothing was ever found. His parents camped at the trailhead for weeks, waiting, praying. In the end, they went home empty-handed. For me, the case did not end. The words carved into the tree, the vanishing prints, the clawed stone. I could not dismiss them. They lived in my mind, replaying at odd hours. I began to notice patterns. Other disappearances, years apart, but near the same trail. Other carvings, warnings that seemed written for eyes like mine. One night, unable to sleep, I pored over old ranger logs in the station's archive. Faded handwriting, yellowed pages. The further back I went, the more I saw entries that echoed my own. Mentions of voices in the woods. Warnings etched into bark. Missing hikers whose trails ended at strange clearings. The names of my predecessors stared up at me, each one carrying the same burden. It was not new. It had been happening long before me. I told no one. Not Marisol, not Tom. To speak it aloud felt like admitting a sickness. Instead, I carried it as I still do. But silence does not shield you. The following winter, when the park was quiet and snow lay heavy on the ridges, I was assigned to staff the fire lookout tower on Mount Chatham. It was an isolated post, meant for monitoring weather and spotting potential wildfires. I welcomed the solitude. The climb up was steep, but when I reached the tower and unpacked my gear, the view stretched forever. White slopes, black trees, sky so clear it rang like glass. For the first week, The days passed without incident. I logged the temperatures, the snowfall, the wind speeds. Nights were harder, long and cold. But I kept the stove burning and read to pass the hours. Then came the second week. I was woken near midnight by a knock at the door. 3 knocks. Slow and deliberate. The tower was 50 feet off the ground, accessible only by a narrow stair. No one should have been there, not in that weather. Not at that hour. My breath fogged the glass as I peered out. The stairs were empty. The snow around the base was smooth, unbroken. Another 3 knocks, this time from behind me, from inside the room. I spun, lantern raised, but the room was empty. Only my gear, my stove, my chair. I stood frozen, my heart hammering, until the silence returned. I did not sleep again that night. The next evening, I tried to dismiss it as imagination, fatigue, isolation. But when I stepped outside to check the wind gauge, I saw footprints in the snow below. 4 sets, each leading away from the base of the tower into the trees. There had been no tracks before. I had checked, and I was the only one stationed there. I reported nothing. To write it down felt dangerous, as though giving it shape would allow it to grow. Instead, I kept my silence. But the knocks came again night after night. Always 3. Always from nowhere, until the final night of my watch, when instead of knocking, I heard my own voice calling up from the darkness below. Nathaniel, come down. The words rose through the frozen air, calm and steady, impossible to mistake. It was my voice, exactly my voice. I stood at the window, trembling, staring at the trees below. They shifted in the wind, their shadows bending. The footprints were still there, 4 sets leading into the forest. And though every part of me knew better, some quiet, traitorous part of me wanted to answer. I did not go down. I stood at that window until the first gray edge of dawn softened the tree line. My body locked between terror and the strange, near, magnetic pull of my own voice echoing from below. The forest fell silent again, as if satisfied that I had not answered. But I knew something had shifted. When relief came with the daylight, it was a thin, brittle thing. The footprints remained. 4 sets, crisp in the snow, pointing away from the tower into the trees. That day, against every instinct, I followed them. My reasoning was simple. If I could prove the tracks belonged to something explainable, a group of late hikers, hunters, even poachers, then the unease might settle. The forest teaches you that fear unchecked becomes poison. You face it or it festers. I strapped on my snowshoes, checked my rifle, and descended the stairs. The air was sharp and brittle, cutting my lungs with each breath. The tracks were precise, unnervingly so. 4 sets, side by side, evenly spaced. No drag of hesitation, no variance in depth. They did not wander the way human tracks should. They ran straight, as though guided by a ruler. For 2 miles I followed them, deeper into the pines, the world muffled by snow. Not once did I see a broken branch, a scrap of fabric, the irregularities people always leave behind. Just those immaculate prints. Then, as suddenly as they began, they ended. There was no confusion, no gradual fading. One step they were there, the next they were not. 4 sets of tracks, stopped in perfect unison at the edge of a frozen creek, as if whatever left them had simply stepped out of existence. I stood there for a long time, snow hissing softly against my jacket, until a sound carried across the stillness. It was the creak of the tower door. My stomach clenched. I had closed and bolted that door behind me, a habit drilled into me from years of service. No wind could have moved it. I turned back, the tower rising above the trees in the distance, small against the vast white sky. The door was open, swinging gently. I hurried back, half running despite the snowshoes. When I reached the tower and climbed the stairs, my breath fogging each step, the door hung wide, snow drifted inside. The interior looked untouched at first. Gear in place, stove cold, logbook closed. But on the logbook's open page, written in my own handwriting though I had never written it, were words I will never forget. Wow you. A.R. not A-O-N-E. I tore the page out, stuffed it into the stove, and watched it burn to ash. For the rest of that winter assignment, I refused to write another word in the logbook. Every ranger is trained to document weather, patrols, incidents. For 2 weeks I submitted only silence. When my relief finally came, I descended that tower with a weight I could not share. My replacement asked why the logbook was blank. I told him the weather had been uneventful. He gave me a strange look, but he didn't press. The forest doesn't give you closure. It doesn't answer questions. It only leaves you with memories that rot into doubts and silence. I carried mine for months. The boy from Ironwood Trail, the carvings, the footsteps circling my shelter, the tower with the door that opened itself. By spring, I thought I might escape the weight, that perhaps it was only the isolation, the snow, the long nights. But then came the call that broke me. It was a search again. A single hiker, a woman in her 40s, reported overdue by her husband. She had gone out for a day, hike along the Hemlock Gorge Trail, a rugged but popular route. I was assigned to lead the search team. The irony did not escape me. After everything, I was still the one called to follow lost footprints into the dark. The trail wound along cliffs and through dense evergreens. We found her prints easily. Like the boys, they veered off trail into the trees. I knew what that meant before the others did, but I kept it inside. Protocol demanded we follow. We tracked her for nearly a mile until we reached a glade where the ground sloped into a hollow. The prints ended at a circle of stones. Not a fire ring this time, but a cairn, a stack of rocks balanced carefully in the center of the clearing. Each stone was wet, though the ground around them was dry. Carved into the largest rock at the base were words, ragged and shallow, as if scratched in haste. Dio nauti liti imanstiar. Marisol was with me again that day. She read the words, then looked at me, her eyes narrowing. What does that mean? I could not answer, because I knew. I had heard my own voice calling me from the dark, urging me to come down. Whoever had written that warning had known the same thing. They had heard a voice that wasn't theirs, but sounded like it. We searched the clearing, calling her name, combing every inch. Nothing, no torn fabric, no sign of struggle. Just the cairn and the warning. Another life folded into silence. When the official search ended days later, I stood alone at the clearing one last time. The cairn remained, the words carved deep. I thought of dismantling it, scattering the stones, but something in me hesitated. Maybe the stones were not a marker for us, but for whatever waits in the spaces between trees. A warning not to us, but to it. That night, back at the station, I opened the archive logbooks again. I searched not for cases but for handwriting, and I found it. In 1972, a ranger named Ellis wrote of voices that called him by name from a gorge at dusk. In 1959, a ranger named L. Pike reported footprints that ended in snow without trace. In 1931, one named C. Hale described a cairn found in a hollow with words carved into stone. Different rangers, different years. The same patterns, the same warnings. It was never just me. The park holds more than trails and wildlife. It holds memory. It remembers every ranger who has walked too deep, listened too closely, ignored the carved warnings. It takes from us one by one and leaves only whispers for the next to inherit. Now, when I walk the trails, when hikers stop me to ask about directions or wildlife, I smile and give them the answer they expect. But inside, I carry the knowledge that the forest is not empty, not silent. It listens. It waits. And sometimes it speaks in your own voice. I have never told these stories in full. Not to my colleagues, not to family. But writing them here feels like the only way to pass the weight forward, the way those who came before me left their traces in the logbooks. Perhaps one day another ranger will find these words, recognize the truth in them, and understand they are not alone. Because that is the cruelest part of it all. We are never alone out there. When night falls and the wind dies, when the fire sinks to embers and the trees hold their breath, something else steps into the silence. Something that knows your name. Something that calls to you. Waiting, patient, wearing your voice like a mask. And if you ever answer, you will not come back.